Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer to I'm half crazy all for the love of you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Westside Tyler Live with your host, Westside Tyler Bell. Today we've got some great segments coming up for you today. We're going to be talking about a dark fantasy romance convention that went a little bit darker and fantastic than anyone expected. And Steve Destiny Bedell II, pedophile confirmed. Find out this and more today on Westside Tyler Live. Yes! When does this song end? Do we have another segment? Oh, it. Welcome back to another episode of... Oh my god, it's playing. It looped. I felt way more professional. I really embodied that character before I started up. Folks, welcome back to another episode of Westside Tyler Live. Can't get the fucking camera in the right position side Tyler Bell, because the camera thing is supposed to be here. And chat lives here, where I can keep an eye on you, you nasty little fucks. Okay, folks, welcome. Am I bleeding? No, okay. Folks, welcome to another episode of Westside Tyler Live. I'm your host, Westside Tyler Bell. And today's show is the 21st of August. I'm a little bit late. I was at the gym, and then I had to do dishes because when you work from home, sometimes you have to do dishes before you start work, which doesn't really even work for me. But I'm here now, and I'm here with you, okay? We're going to be talking about some stuff that not much of a revelation to anybody, and some stuff that's definitely new to me. First things and foremost, though, dude, Silk Song announced, confirmed, launching in like 2 or 3 weeks. So I'm telling you right now, get ready to fucking bug test launch maybe second Silk Song. I don't know why the fuck I would be doing anything else that day. I've been waiting for Silk Song for 5 fucking years. Longer. Basically since I finished Hollow Knight. So Silk Song marathon, maybe Silk Song subscriber marathon. I'll talk about stuff. But that game's coming out September 4th now. I'm fucking excited for it. I'm going to jump right in. September 4th, baby. Yes, thank you. Super chat, 20 pounds sterling from Kusubake. I haven't seen you around here recently. Welcome back, man. But yes, I'm stoked about that shit. I'm not doing anything that day but Silk Song, more than likely. Unless I get like arrested, I don't know. For subversive activities. Skong launch. Yes. Very fucking cool. Silk Song, very cool of them to release that 13 days ahead of my birthday so that I can spend 2 weeks playing it. I fear to hear Tyler's true mid-Atlantic accent. I probably got like 300 of them. That was all the different characters I could play. Oh, man. Thirsty. Started working out again this week. I'm busted up. I can barely walk. I started jogging. I'm having a not midlife crisis, existential crisis, really. I had my midlife crisis like 5 years ago. Don't worry about it. What do you say? It's family business, but it's also some of me. When my cousin died this week, another one. All right, like the second time. I got a gigantic family, and I'm pushing 40, so I'm not going to dwell on it because I'm probably going to start dropping cousins like flies for the next, until I'm the last one to go, and then there's probably other ones that are going to follow me. But a cousin of mine died. He was older than me by a bit. I might have said something about this. I won't get into it, but he was just sick. It is what it is. But I was sitting down to write a script for a Cruelty Squad video I want to make. nice and short one. And I don't know, maybe I'll if this doesn't sound insane, maybe I'll read a little bit to you. But I was just reading this last night, and I was trying to do a little fucking gonzo-y journalism thing, right? Because it's just, the whole thing's about Cruelty Squad and the cure for nihilism. And then I just started having like a fucking existential break in the middle of the night, and I was like, I've got to go to bed. Normally I would have powered through it, but I was just like, I need to go to bed, which is definitely new, starting soon. Thank you. $5. Damn, sorry to have been there. I don't worry about it too much. I'm a nerd to the like impact of death because of the lifestyle I've lived. So you don't need to like feel too bad for me. I feel bad for my aunt and their extended family, but like I'll be fine. I usually am. But it does always kind of fucking like knock me a little off kilter. So what is this I was writing, right? Yeah, this is actually kind of fun. So you guys, if I ever end up releasing this, you can think back fondly on this. I'll just read it. It's only like two or three paragraphs, but it was a chunk to write, right? Sometimes it's hard. The question most often posed is, what is the meaning of life? But the better postulation is, can life have meaning? The physical construction of your biosuit, a wet-work nebula of squelching, flexing, aching organic processes, is in only the most banal ways different from that of a filter sponge laying blind in the crushing dark of the sea. What constitutes life and what constitutes you are two different things. Ego and anima encapsulated in flesh, flesh encapsulating ego and anima. The body casts its shadow upon the earth for a time, and returned to earth, the life lived casts its shadow on time itself through the capacity of memory. Chemical memory beating in time through the frail structure of the human mind. Physical memory cast through ink and fiber and stone and emulsion. Electric memory rumbling away in plastic sarcophagi in the boiling hum of submersive cooling centers. Cruelty Squad is an electronic hallucination about having a job and paying rent in a world where job having is second in value only to job making, which itself is not valuable at all, but rather the impresario of value. Its designer, its coinage, its spendthrift, its guilty and wide-eyed hoarder. In the world of Cruelty Squad, you are... And I ended there and went to bed. Because I started getting, like, nervous. I don't know. I know it probably is not going to have that effect on anyone else, right? Because you don't know what comes next, but I have that vibe. You know, sometimes when you're writing, the shadow of the piece kind of hovers in the dark just past the screen or the page or whatever, just a little bit out of sight, a little bit over your shoulder, and is like whispering out there, and you can see the sort of heft and shape of it, but you can't quite get it to it yet. And I was just like going in a direction where I was like, I don't want to do this till 4 a.m. I could have. Usually I would have, but I stopped. I hit the brakes hard, which I don't normally do. Normally I stay up through the fucking kind of headachy midnight and type like fucking like a madman, right? But this time it was just like all of these things at the same time. I was really like, I got gummed out. Like I was like, I don't want to think these thoughts. Because I started getting into a position where it's like, I can say these things, but like, and it won't necessarily make it into the paper, but I started, attaching them to parts of my own life and stuff. And like, I was just like, is this, existential whatever the fuck that I'm kind of mucking about right now? Is it worth it? And then that started me just on a train of, is any of the stuff I've been working on recently worth it? And like, I got to this point, because this is going to get into the talking about Destiny thing, where I do get into that sort of like the eternal wheel, time is a flat circle, recurring, karmic fucking implosion type shit. And I was just like, I'm running out of time and I'm going to die. And like, what is, I can small fish, small pond stuff, and it can be fun, but like, I think where I'm really going is like, I either need to be so insanely fucking callous with this like live stream shit, or like I need to make it insanely better. And if it gets as good as it could be, would it be worth it Do you know what I mean? So like maybe it's just better to be like callous. I don't know. And I didn't know where I was going. And I started just going off into all these paths, kind of like fucking sporadium sprouting out of the fucking head of an ant that crawled up to the top of a fucking leaf, getting ready to draw something back into the parasitic cycle of death and rebirth that is its existence. And I was just like, fuck, what the fuck am I thinking about? Because I keep having this moment where I'm like, why do I keep talking about violence in respect to these people that I talk about? Because normally I'm like, I don't, live and let live. Like I really am like that in real life about things maybe even that are extreme, because I have to be, because otherwise you get upset about it. You fucking go do something, right? A lot of people say they'll do something about something. I do things about things, right? I'm different. So I have to kind of like accept that something's not important to me, or I'll do something about it. Like I will go get stabbed trying to stop a mugging or something, and then just lay there dying on a sidewalk. Like, oh fuck, I should have actually just not given a shit about that person. You know what I mean? So like, I just don't care because it keeps me safe. And like, I think maybe other people are like that too. But why do I keep thinking these violent fucking thoughts about people like Shadiversity and like Archcast and fucking Destiny? I mean, I'll be completely open with it. Like I would vastly prefer Destiny be somewhere where I can't get to him, like a federal, like high security prison in Gen Pop. Do you know what I mean? Because I find him to be a repugnancy. And I think I can't do what the rest of these parasites do that like talk about drama and stuff, which is let it go and then just talk about it and think you're above it. Because I honestly don't think I'm above anything. So if I talk about something, I really do get to a point where I'm like, yeah, I think I just want to, we need to find the end to this. I need to find the end to this cycle, because I can't just, I know when I can't do the thing where it's like, why are we talking about this person again? I can't ask a question like that and not get to the answer of, because they're not dead. If they don't die or lose access to what lets them do the thing, they will do it forever. They have no repercussion for the behavior they engage in, nor does anyone try to provide that repercussion to them or enact it. Do you know what I mean? Like provide a pathway to it and then an action. And so because they don't die or lose their ability in some other way to do the thing that they do, they will never change. There is no knocking off of course. There is no alteration. And so to sit here and talk about them as opposed to do anything else is really just to participate in whatever thing they do, right? So that's the whole thing. It's like, yeah, if you're not actively working to stop Destiny's existence, online or otherwise, then you're really just saying, I know this guy's a pedophile and I'm not going to do anything about it. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the point. Like, I know he hurts women, I know he does abuse, but I'm just not going to do anything about it. Like, you're fine in your mind just saying that listening to someone correctly yap about something is sufficient. This is why I say stuff, and I really have to start hitting this home because I think this is more important than any other stuff I do, but people don't want to hear it because it's very, very awful. It's like the worst thing to find out. And that's like, Donald Trump is further left than Hassan Piker. Right? Because all Hassan does is yap. Donald Trump does anything at all, so he's on the board. Being on the board as an existential state means that you're there at all. He's further right and left. He's just real. It's kind of what I point to between he's a guy on the internet, and then it's like, is a New York City councilman for District 14. Do you understand the difference there? How inconsequential this yappery is? Like, I know there's people that think that they've done stuff, but like EDP came back, right? Boogie never goes away. Like, they just kind of fade out. Which just means that the next person that wants to do that knows that they have a career waiting for them if they want to. The lack of repercussion and the lack of desire for people to really push things into an uncomfortable space where it's like, no, look, we'll figure out how to hurt you. Fiscally or physically, somehow you have to be harmed if you don't comply because your existence cannot run parallel to ours. And that's the point, right? Like, I can't take a bad empanada seriously. Why? Because he's not real. He's in Argentina. He's not an American. If I stop listening to the internet, like, he goes away. If if somebody went down to Argentina and drowned him in a fucking bucket of water, tomorrow, there would be no noticeable gap. People would just forget he was here because he does nothing. If I burn down a McDonald's 2 blocks away from me, people would freak the fuck out. Their lives would change because the McDonald's is gone. They could hate the McDonald's. I fucking hate McDonald's, but the gone McDonald's would cause an indelible ripple in the fabric of the society around it. Whereas none of these people do anything of value. And like their audiences will be like, well, they went out to a protest or they gave money to Amazon workers. Worthless. Band-aids on fucking bug scratches. Like, nothing is happening. Like, you're not doing anything. They're reading the news. I wouldn't know this is happening if it wasn't for this guy. They are parasites using other people's labor to get money from you that's not going to the people they need to do the labor. They're not paying for AP wire subscriptions or Reuters reruns. So I could do that too. Ethically, I'm not going to because I don't have the money to buy a wire sub yet. But I could do that. Do you understand? Like, it's the same thing. They just steal content and then pay lip service to leftism and then pick and choose who is allowed to speak to socialism. Like, everything about Hassan is just constructed to eliminate the possibility of more valuable and effective voices being there because he gets to kingmake for a society that has no kings, that needs none and operates better without them. We have made one, or it has constructed itself because the auspices of capitalism desired for it to exist. And the thing is it's not just like, oh, you need to get outside and work at a shelter or something. I think it needs to be far more aggressive. I think it's time to like have people start wearing uniform items and being cruel to people. I mean, like, bothering them. Really fucking up other people's lives and their feelings of safety and happiness. Because otherwise, what the fuck is happening? Do you understand what I mean? Like, I want to see people wearing red bandanas, and when that happens, I want the cops to be nervous about kettling people at a protest because there's red bandanas out there. What does that mean? There's open carry socialists hanging out. And like 2 or 3 of them went to jail, and then like 50 more of them took care of those people's families. It's like an organized crime thing or something. I don't know, but we can't get rid of them because there's more of them than us. Like, I want to see like actual something because I can't care anymore. I can't fucking give a shit. I feel like I'm wasting my time. My journal professor told us that letting go of your initial human reaction is the hardest part of reporting on heavier things. It's always been the hardest part for me. I mean, like, yeah. That's... You won't be able to do your job otherwise. It's like you gotta... Same thing for a fucking paramedic. You can't be a paramedic and then every time you get to a fucking car crash, you go like, oh my God, someone's been in a car crash. You know what I mean? Like... That's someone's dad. You just got to go like, okay, this is how I fix a fucking hole in the neck, right? Same thing for journalism. But like, it is really, yeah, the Taco Hut. It's really just irritating, right? And I think talking about these guys incessantly won't do enough harm to them or make them afraid enough to change, right? Because, like, some of them, I hate them. I don't like that they are around. Like, use it again. Like, say it. Man, like, yeah, you said this. Yes, I fucking despise them. I really do. I want you, like, if Destiny dies, if he fucking himself over this shit, I would go, good. It wouldn't be like, oh, I don't know if you know this, but the loss of any human life. No, shut up. Adults are speaking. He is a pedophile who uses political issues near me to gain access to additional victims, some of whom are children and some of whom are mental children, adults. And I hate him for that, and it's weird you don't. Like, you're very suspicious that you don't hate. It's weird to me. Like, it's fucking freaking me out. And this, like, existential thing hit me, because it's like, I can talk about these guys relentlessly, but I don't think that's what motivates him. I don't think that's what's going to change anything, because I think people have been talking about them forever. It's not to say that reporting on them is bad, or you shouldn't. Like, absolutely do that. I'm just saying that I've perceived the future of my path, right? Golden path time, Kwisatz Haderach type shit, whatever. And I just don't think I can do anything playing catch up with the latest gossip with them, right? I don't think there's a thing you can say to change their community's minds or any of that, which means it's a waste of time to say, like, you know, to pretend that conversation about it can fix the issue or ameliorate it next time. I think we got to get to a point where it's just like, no, your focus should be on seizing power. And that's it. It's not, I don't care if there, it shouldn't be that, like, oh, Destiny should or shouldn't be able to do this as himself, blah, 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 blah. And then we need to make him the, like, heart of these issues. I think what needs to change is it should be impossible for him to do what he did. And he should live in fear of having done it, because we're coming for him. And we should be the state. And that's what I want. Anything that is away from seeking power, I find worthless at this point. I don't like the catch-up stuff. Doomerism, no. I don't give a fuck what's happening on Capitol Hill. I think that any focus on federal level politics for workers is pointless, because we don't have the grounding, right? Hyperfixation on local issues should be the only thing that's happening right now. Find 10 friends and wear red berets. Do you know what I mean? Like, and start doing push-ups and getting ready, because you could be the person that burns down the McDonald's or builds it. Do you know what I mean? Because that's your McDonald's. You know what the fuck's going on the ground. You'd be like, why the fuck would you? We don't even have a McDonald's. But we definitely need to burn down the building next to the fucking Burger King. It's full of rats and fucking noxious disease pustulences and shit that spray poison out like a fucking video game. Like, okay, that's a weird thing to have. Like, yeah, it's like an alien hit our town. Like, okay, we'll probably burn that down. Do you know what I mean? I'm deeply suspicious that Vosh types, Hassan types, and all their orbiters are actually just largely, I don't even know if they're controlled opposition, uncontrolled opposition. They're just worthless leftists. They're bad friends to have. Do you know what I mean? Like, you should punish people that say, okay, but like, how, you know, I want to get on, so I'm going to still be nice to Hassan because I want him to put me on. It should be like, you should gather people up. We need to change the vibe. This is like where I don't have everything in order, but it needs to be a more concrete, like, hey, things happen because they happen. If you can't prove it, shut the fuck up. We need to get to that. The feels thing, I think, is probably the most important shit I've ever said on this. No more feels. No more fucking stupid distraction issues and stuff. I don't know. But then again, maybe the channel dies if I do that. Because maybe that's the point. That's like, hey, that would actually fix this. So, you know, do I entertain dealing with that until I'm high enough to do something? And then, like, at that point you go, well, where's the point? You know, will I ever know? And like, if you gain enough capital, it will inevitably poison you. No one's special. Anyone that has more than $1 million in total assets, you should just assume is against you. There's no reason not to. Do you know what I mean? Because then you hear all this shit like, you know, they gave up a bunch of money, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, so they paid for you to like them. That's all I hear. They paid for you to like them. They paid for me to have to say, oh, well, they're good for that, but They paid to distract from an argument. That's all I hear when people talk about charity. That's why I hate charities. Tyler, you went on a charity stream. Yeah, because I'm trying to build my shit up. So we're going to attack this stuff. But I guess you can't really attack it from the top. Do you have to just attack it from the bottom? How do we fucking build stuff up? Like, these are the more important questions. And I think I need to, like, slow down. Can we do patrol caps instead of berets? I hate wearing a fucking chia pet as a hat in the desert. Yeah, we can do patrol caps and cold caps instead. Okay. Like, yeah, I think there needs to be an overhaul, a vibes-based overhaul. I think that certain ways of talking in our spaces, whatever you want to call it, online left, whatever. I want to build something different. I don't fuck those people. The way that people communicate with this, like, you know, aren't you the person type stuff. Hey, isn't this you? Blah, blah, blah. These questions instead of statements. Those people need to be treated with cruelty, like derision, like treated like fucking animals. And any community that permits or defends them should be treated as hostile to organization, because that's what it is. Aren't you the person? Because it lets you make an accusation as though they know and the question's correct. And it convinces stupid people that there's actually a conversation happening when there's not. And it's like, we need to just be cruel to those people. Like, literally make them feel unsafe being around us. Because, like, we'll like dig up who they are. Like, look you all the way down. Like, yeah, no. Fuck, no, none of that. No anonymous distractions. People are like, what, Tyler, you would attack me? Yeah, what, do we not care? I think that's what drives me crazy. I think, like, and maybe it's happened to other people, but it's like, you guys don't give a fuck. No, you guys actually don't want to accomplish anything. That's why people don't want to talk to me. Unironically. You don't want to fuck with me because it'll be, do you want to accomplish anything? I can't say that to fucking FD Signifier. He's immune. He's doing shit. FD Signifier uses his platform, but then he's like rocking and rolling, little bit by bit. He's out there doing shit. If you lose him, something goes away. Why can't I say that about more people is the question. It's not like, oh, he's great. He's just doing the thing that is the thing we're supposed to be doing. It's step one. Do you understand? Step one. But no one else is going there. And there's a powerful yap-heavy distraction. People make more money saying that yapping is important. And inappropriate yaps and insufficient yaps are good. Like, this whole ContraPoints thing is big to me, not because I give a fuck about ContraPoints. It's because, how did you make money off that as leftists? What good was that? Why was that happening? Do you know what I mean? Like, why is that what's rewarded by the system? Why is that what's rewarded by the system? And why is somebody like Hassan able to turn on and off something that should have been just as equal? Like, it's because we're in the same system. But then you guys are pretending like you're not because you yap. And it's driving me fucking up the wall. I mean, I'm already up there. I'm on top of it. I'm sitting up there like a fucking alley cat staring down at you with moonlight eyes, trying to figure out where your throat is so they can fucking chew into it. Like, I need to figure out how to hurt people's careers and make their audiences feel ashamed for supporting them in a way that other people can use when they're not me. Do you know what I mean? We need to change the paradigm shift, 2025, that kind of shit. Because the way that people are having these conversations and stuff is actually making me, like, baffled. Right? Like I get stuck because I'm like, how much give and take do I have to do? Right? Because obviously you can't be like a purist all the time because you could be fucking wrong, But it's like, how much lip service do I have to pay? How much fucking whispers and smiles do I need to give so that I can get through the crowd so I can bury this fucking steely dagger all the way up in your goddamn ribs and then we can move on to the next thing, right? Because that's like what I need. I need to fucking clear these things out. Did a pretty good job with commentary. Commentary's fucking falling apart little bit by bit by bit by bit. I did my part. Little bits of wedges. Tree fall over, tree hit other trees. Very nice. And people see how that's done, right? Not like everybody's doing it. I wish there was a much, much, much bigger thing. But the pro-doxing initiatives that I did worked. They caused real world fucking damage to people. I wanted that to happen. I want people to be afraid of saying things that they're not going to stand 10 toes down on because it lets people launder opinions that are not acceptable. And it also allows cowards to take the fucking helm of shit, which we don't want, right? And now it's a wonderful new world. A year ago, 2 years ago, nobody said anybody's name on the internet. This year, everybody says everybody's name. It's open season. Hey, did you know that you can find people's fucking names and faces on Kiwi farms? No? Well, you should go check it out. You should figure out who the people that you buy your fucking information are from. We have an FDA to make sure that they don't put razor blades in all the beef. The beef's not full of ground glass, usually. Why the fuck are you just taking anonymous facts from the fucking internet? From talking heads who sometimes are pedophiles? Like, do you not understand that your diet's bad? We should figure out who the fuck these people are, unmask them, and have them answer to their existence. If they stand down on it, okay, cool. And if they don't, wonderful. Hey, you vanished. Okay, good. Bye. Then probably you needed to not be here. It's a wonderful tool. The truth. Just tell it about people. And like, I can't take a billion points of credit for it, but I'll tell you what, I fought for it on the low level and it scared the fuck out of people. It fucked people's whole lives and careers up. Changed the course of their fucking existence. What the fuck were you people doing for years before? Having debates? Time wasted, dipshit. Time wasted. Oh yeah, I got a fucking channel strike or two. Okay. I didn't even lose any money. And you guys are fucking like losing your sense of safety and well-being, and you're stopping existing in spaces I don't want you to exist in, and having authority and power that I don't want you to have. And if I can do that, anyone can do that. And that's what I want. Paradigm shift. I don't like the rules, so we should change them. Like, who are you? Well, I'm one guy, and then if I can get two guys, then it's two guys. And if it's three people, it's three people. Four, five. That's what a movement sounds like, you know? More. Does somebody need to put themselves in a position to ruin their lives in order to pass muster? In that case, Subway Sandwich Man is a proletarian hero. Subway Sandwich Man is a proletarian hero. I hope that's not even a joke, because there's a lot of people on here, they're like, the cops are pigs. Death to the IDF. Death to the IDF. And it's like, bro, they're out there. I don't care that much about the IDF being alive. Or I would go join a fucking force across the seas and do something about it. That's not a light thing for me to say. I was really fucking upset about, like, the kind of people that were in the Middle East that I thought were over there. I was misled, but I fucking joined up the military. Like, all right, let's scrap, man. I ain't do anything with this life. Let's fucking go out here and boogie. I went infantry. I'm not fucking around. Like, yeah, you know, for all the fucking mistakes that was, y'all ain't doing that shit. There's a lot of yaptivists. The fucking yaptivists online are crazy right now. It's getting actually to the point where it's like, okay, maybe shut the fuck up. The people who are like, wow, you did the bare minimum to the Israelis that are going to jail. And it's like, yeah, but you haven't, bitch. Yapping is not the bare minimum. It's yapping. You know what happens if a fucking leftist yaps in the woods? The same thing as if a leftist yaps on a fucking city street. Nothing. It's fucking yapping. Bop, 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 bop. Like, who'd you guys get rid of? ContraPoints? You don't even fucking make videos. You got rid of ContraPoints. And, like, that's the 30th time I think I've seen that bitch delete her fucking Twitter account. She's gonna come back when she's got another video to drop. She'll wait, and then she'll be like, the sexuality of Nosferatu. Canceled again. This is what it's gonna look like. I'm back, and I know you hate it. Okay. She's gonna get 10 million views. We got cesium in the shrimp for flavor. I don't eat fucking sea cockroaches, okay? Me and the Muslims are like this. Me and the Muslim community are like this on shrimp. The fuck are you talking about? Wallahi. Shout out, as a matter of fact, shout out all people of the Muslim faith who are keeping it not haram, the opposite, it's not kosher, but you know what I mean. Shout out the entirety of the Muslim faith, everybody that's sticking to their guns, who gets to look at everyone else and go like, Habibi. Alhamdulillah, I did not eat any of that shrimp. Do you know why? Because I keep with the Quran, right? I keep with the stricture. I keep with the hadith, okay? I've been praying 5 times a day. I don't have radiation poisoning from shellfish. Why is that? Wallahi, Allah guides, all right? Oh my God. Halal. Jesus Christ. Yes, my bad. As a Muslim, I can confirm we all love shrimp. Y'all love smoking and liquor too. We also need more anti-shippers to drive the shippers back into the vast nothingness. We need players like you. What does that mean? I credit you solely for shaking me out of Hassan's audience. I couldn't figure out why no one was taking me seriously when I talked about the stuff he was talking about. It's self-delusion at a certain point, because it's guilt. That's the key. The only good thing about me compared to anyone, one thing, it's not how good I am at talking about stuff. It's not fucking anything about how I'm built. No genetics. Not one thing. One rule. You don't have to defend me. Why? Because you don't ever have to engage in sunk cost fallacy for defending my behavior and then find out 3 years later that I did a sex crime and then have to feel bad about it. I never defended Tyler. Why? Because he told me not to and I left. The only thing you'll feel bad about, if you ever have to leave because you do, all the people are gone. They don't have to fucking defend me. They're gone. The only thing you'll ever feel bad about is how fucking hard it's going to be for you to find one other person that says, literally don't ever defend me. Ever. My personality, anything I say, facts, all that shit, yeah, you can go to fucking town because you're fighting for your belief in the accuracy of a fact. You don't have to base any of it on my personality, who I am, my disposition, things I've said. If people are like, Tyler's a sexist, you can just say, sure, I don't give a fuck. Wow, okay, that's your opinion. I don't care. I'm not going to defend him. And then you can just talk about anything that's important. And you don't have to get sucked down into fucking like 5 years of... Dude, J-Stalk. I was listening to that fucking... Dude, what a fucking pussy. Oh my God, bro. Oh my fucking God. Setting himself up for the next fucking round of like, wow, you are still just friends with pedophiles. J-Stalk, like, I was brainwashed. I was brainwashed in Destiny for a while. And it's like, dude, how are you still releasing fucking DMs that people needed to see 2 years ago? How many times can you DM a guy about like, I don't know, maybe they're overage, maybe they're not. I've never had a conversation like that. I can't imagine what it would be like. I've never had a job where I was going in, I was like talking to my associate editor, paginator, fucking, you know, I don't know. I go back to the sports department, talking to the photographers. We're like chatting about shit, focal lengths, baseball games. He's like, yeah, man. But also, like, you know, crazy thing. Like, I was talking to a girl. I cannot tell if she's 16 or 17, but, like, she's pretty hot. Like, what the fuck? Who the fuck has conversations like that? That's crazy. Someone in the fuck made a comment on the Hassan video, which I've still got to fucking throw my sources together for and finish that shit up. That's probably going to be my Friday work. Like, how do you, or yeah, what they said was like, you're statistically, you've defended a sex pest. I'm like, I don't know when or how for their sex pest stuff. And I definitely turned it off and I definitely disavowed them for more than fucking half of 4 minutes, 2 minutes total. Like an insanely small amount of time. Every time it gets brought up and then say like, oh, never talk about it. You know, don't bring that up anymore. Like if you guys want to say like, yeah, Tyler had bad takes on Vosh, go for it. You don't have to defend me. You can talk about it you want. You can try to derail the conversation, right? Because eventually, if you just talk about it too much, people are like, I'm bored. I'm bored with it. Okay, he's already answered it. Everyone's heard, or like, whatever. Go refer to the video. Do you know what I mean? But they're like, yeah, statistically speaking, you're going to be blah, blah, blah. It's like, statistically speaking, one would still be crazy. The fact that it's happened at least 2 times, and then people are like, no, Tyler, it's actually way more. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, no. He was friends with Destiny. He was friends with Virgil, Texas, which everybody fucking forgot about. Chapo Trap House is, I can't even remember what the fuck he did. He was friends with some guy in Harvard or some shit, some football player who's a literal rapist. And they hung out, and now Lowell overruled. And then it's like, who the fuck knows who else? Like, what the fuck is Will Neff up to? Do you know what I mean? Like, unironically, no, actually, all of your friends are suspect now. Like the Chapo, like, how the fuck we got 2 people left at Chapo Trap House? You guys are in a fucking freak sandwich at this point. No, actually, we are going to derail because your commentary isn't that valuable. So what the fuck is happening here actually is way more interesting than whatever the fuck you have happening. God damn it. What the hell? What the fuck are you guys talking about? Shipping? The Green's Fade, $20. I usually don't say much online, but if you want to pay, make change, find orgs to volunteer with, pay attention to your local MPs, sign petitions they put out that support, Twitter and Facebook fights don't change things. It's true. Local elections. If you get off of here and you go look at your local elections that are coming up, it's very, very, very important to do that, okay? I've actually still got to fucking start familiarizing myself with Lexington, because now that I'm finally settling in after the move, I still know everything about fucking the town I came from. Craig Greenberg, mayor, gigantic piece of shit, fucking ultra dino, just pure fucking, like, capo dem piece of shit, right? Filth. Lexington, unfortunately, or fortunately, actually, so well run apparently that I don't have to remember everything. But we have a lady mayor, I just can't remember her name. Where's the halal beef? Tyler converts to Islam. Blah, 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 blah. In defense of yaptivists, nobody was teaching us how to organize. We need to bring down this delusion that you can do activism and stay comfortable when people start doing things. I mean, no, people were, though. Like, you can learn that shit from Mr. Rogers back in the day. Everyone knows how to organize. Just go fine. You tell 2 people and I'll tell 2 people. It's no trick to it. You just have to do it. That's the thing. This is the, like, nobody told us. Like, I'm so sick of that fucking excuse. I'm so sick of, like, the victimization on the left shit where it's like, some bad things happened to me and I wasn't given enough. It's like, okay, that fucking sucks. And I started from a lower level. Yes. And now, because of that, I'm not going to do shit. No, fuck up. What are you talking about? If Harriet Tubman can be born into what the fuck Harriet Tubman was born in and still hit that fucking marathon fast time to the fucking Little Dipper, bitch, you can fucking do shit. If Harriet Tubman kept going back and forth, you can fucking do it too, okay? Harriet Tubman was built like that. All right? You gotta be the fucking person that was like, all right, at least I'm gonna try to keep up with Harriet Tubman. She figured it the fuck out. She figured it the fuck out somehow. No tools really given to Harriet Tubman other than, like, Lil Dipper, Polaris. All right. You ever seen a fucking 4440 right here? Fucking hitting that shit. I hate that fucking mentality. In our defense, everything was not done for me. Like, yeah, duh. You gotta do for you. Start small. I can't tell you. I'm not gonna tell you how to do it. What should we do? Figure it the fuck out. That's what you should do, is literally figure it the fuck out. Stop fucking moaning and whining and playing video games all the time and figure shit out. Start searching. Do research. Start going out to stuff. Fail a lot. Get fucking your ass kicked. Spiritually and maybe literally. Just figure it the fuck out yourself. Stop trying to find a new Jesus. Don't need a new Jesus. Learn to fish for yourself. Okay? He already got crucified one time. He doesn't need to come back and do it again. He told you the next time he comes back, it's bad. Stop trying to find a new Jesus. We clanning on today, boys. Everybody. I was a server for years, and one time another came up to me and he started talking about his table. Said I bet a guest, man, she's hot. She's definitely underage though, and almost vomited. Yeah. I used to defend Vosh until someone in a voice chat told me, whoa, that sounds like a very cheap excuse for pedophilia. It is. Tyler talked to a stick bug, and it told him to make their life insufferable for the working class. Sure. I think there's a joke in there somewhere. What the fuck was somebody was saying something? Is Aaron Bushnell akin to Sean Dunn? My issue with what Sean did is the risk reward factor. He threw a sandwich and they'll be on him like a hawk. Best he can do is make a platform and start yapping. Sean Dunn is alive. He clears Aaron. Aaron Bushnell's a fucking idiot. I'm just going to say this 100 times. Yes, clip it. Aaron, don't kill yourself, idiots. There is no one that respects what Aaron Bushnell did more than a Nazi and an Israeli who wants to see a genocide happening. Everybody he fucking killed himself? Well, fuck you. Oh, I don't know if Tyler, you don't understand. I was in the military. I was more in the military than you ever were. And I know how people react to it. And they don't care. No one gives a fuck that Aaron Bushnell burned himself to death. Except for you people online because you decided to call him a martyr because you heard that word from Muslims. And now you're like, I'm going to culturally adopt that term. I'm going to start calling people martyrs. Have you ever tried that before? It really upset my dad at Thanksgiving. I called Aaron Bushnell a martyr and then said, pass the gravy. He died. He killed himself. He didn't do fuck all. I think it spread knowledge. It didn't. No, it didn't. It spread the news of a fucking psycho burned himself to death and then no one gave a fuck. I forget that he lived because he's dead. The new guy, the guy that hit a dude with a sandwich, you can't go to jail for forever for hitting someone with a sandwich. Hit a guy with a sandwich. It's fucking hilarious. He could be on a late night show if he gets bail, and they could do a skit where he goes like, with a sandwich. You could build around that. The guy is alive. He can talk about what he did. Fucking goddamn Luigi Mangione fucking shot a dude. Allegedly. Only time I'll ever use that word. And, whoever did that, they could, if it's him or not, he can still talk about it. He can talk about why it happened. What went wrong? You can inspect this person's life. When you were dead, you turn your story over to everybody else. Because you're fucking dead. You don't have any fucking rights anymore. You're a corpse. Your rights are basically, where the fuck are we going to put the rest of this? And then you get put in the ground and everyone fucking forgets about you. Do not fucking kill yourself for a cause. Okay, try not to do anything that gets you killed. But do not just fucking commit suicide and think it's going to do anything. No, fuck you. Fuck every leftist who supported Aaron Bushnell. I will come on your fucking program and I will fucking excoriate you in front of your stupid fucking audience. I will eat you alive. I will call you all the fucking words. I will fucking murder you in front of the people that think they respect you. I don't give a fuck who you are. Do not fucking kill yourself for a fucking cause. And do not fucking support suicide as a fucking form of protest. We need votes. We need fucking trigger fingers at worst. We need fucking ditch diggers at best. You could have gone out every day and planted 1,000 things. You could have gone and died in fucking Israel trying to fucking drag rice bags over that fucking shitty wall, okay? And then I would have given a fuck. Then you would have died doing something. Killing yourself as an act of protest is the stupidest fucking thing that someone can do. It's childish, it's fucking idiotic, and every single person who fucking supported Aaron Bushnell for setting himself on fire should be beaten around the fucking head with a goddamn hose until they fucking bleed out of their goddamn ears and apologize to the earth for saying something that fucking stupid while walking on it. It is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever fucking heard. I fucking hate people saying that suicide as protest is a good idea. Fuck you personally if you think it is. Share that everywhere. He's a martyr. He's dead. He can't do anything anymore. It's the fucking literal worst thing that you can do. You take yourself out of the fight. Okay, what are you good for now? What are you good for now? Oh, he raised awareness. Bro, you know what else he could have done to raise awareness? Gone and fucking shot someone. He could have gone and fucking flew a big-ass trans flag at Yosemite Sam National Park and then lived Same amount of same fucking amount of press cycle. 2 days, 3 days max. And then he could have talked about it. Yeah, I did it. And I'll tell you why I did it. Fuck, people love a manifesto of a fucking killer. They love a manifesto of a person that got caught. 20 years in prison, still getting fucking interviewed. Charles Manson was talked about for till the cows came fucking home. Columbine shooters got more fucking information about them online than fucking Aaron Bushnell. Why? Because he just killed himself. He fucking checked out. It's lazy. It's stupid. It's selfish. It's idiotic. Don't fucking ever in my fucking community ever support suicide as protest is a good idea. It's the stupidest fucking thing you can do. I have no respect for it. You can't convince me to. God damn it. Ugh. Fuck, I hope I wasn't totally roasting anyone here. I was roasting that fucking mentality. I was pissed about that shit fucking years ago. I still feel like I held my tongue and I was saying it was stupid. Ugh. Witnessing online tanky, all talk, no walk is surreal. I think that might be the best thing. It really came up when I was listening to the Hassan thing. I've heard it from Mike from PA2. I never attack left. Why not? Why not? The fuck does that mean? Do you know what I mean? The lefties are eating each other. Why are they always happy that that's happening? Hold on. People want a lack of criticism in these spaces because people are just absolutely fucking worthless. They're useless. They don't do anything. They're yaptivists. Chapper just interviewed the author of The Fort Bragg Cartel, Exposing Corruption and Criminality in JSOC. That is undeniably useful. Well, that's journalism. I mean, actually, he did the work. But like, you know, counterpoint to how many resources are they sucking up to interview a guy? How effective is the interview at getting out the information? I didn't know that happened until you told me about it, because I don't watch Chapo Trap House because that's the Virgil Chat. Is that? Yeah, Virgil Texas guy. I don't know. I think those fucking shows are like mid. I like the Aaron Sorkin thing. But that's that's some actual stuff. But how many of these people are doing interviews? You know what I mean? How many people are spreading anything? The bad empanada subsphere seems like controlled opposition at this point with how fucking schizophrenic their fucking standpoints are and stuff. It's minimal. You know, obviously everybody can point to something you did a little bit here and there, but like at a certain point, the amount of damage and the amount of resources being extracted to the amount of return is insane. Do you know who does interviews about people every day in original reporting? Your local news. They do more for fucking leftism on accident than Chapo Trap House could hope to do. Do you know what I mean? And then like they get their shit stolen by people like Vosh and Hassan. And honestly, like other fucking larger orgs like the New York Times and stuff, they don't get any fucking recognition for it at all, but they're actually doing the original fucking reporting to keep people informed on stuff. You could do that. You should ask for people to be doing this stuff. There should be more fucking interviews. There should be more reviews. I'm fucking strapped for time, but I'm trying to get involved in that stuff. As I like literally get my ducks in a row, I'm dying. I went out and did the fucking Bernie thing and got like next to no views because people are hogs. The audience desires fucking drama and they won't fucking just watch some fucking information. And I'm going to say it's starting to come across as people not giving a fuck. Not really fucking caring. And like, I think I've got to push myself out of talking about it so much anyway because it's really not worth it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I guess it's kind of fun for a little bit of money and stuff, but it's not that much of a change up. And if I get too deep into it and I get too big, then I won't be able to switch. I think this is probably the best time to start moving in that direction. Tyler, you're Catholic. How are you forgetting all the Catholic martyrs, including the ones who burned themselves to death, though that is much more common for Buddhists? I mean, literally, you're kind of answering it in the same question, same breath. You're fucking... Someone has to tell you that they're important. They have to like literally paint somebody up on a wall and be like, no, seriously, that person's great. And also we're going to give you a day off to think about them. Okay. I'm going to clip this and add the silver hand meme to the background from a Money Motivation. Do it. Better example, the dude who threw his shoes at George W. Bush. My point is that letting fly with the sandwich means you've largely ceded your tactical advantage and you've lost your sandwich, of course. I mean, what? What tactical advantage? Yeah, I mean, you seed the element of surprise when you have surprised the person, which isn't really seeding it. It's kind of you took advantage of it. That's not seeding your tactical advantage. You used it. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna hit somebody with a fucking sandwich. Okay. I respect the fuck out of the sandwich guy. Whop whop. There's no additional advantage. Fuck this guy. He lost his cool. Well, people might talk about that fucking sandwich person for the rest of our lives. Because it's fucking funny. And it dude, funny goes a long way when it's actually fucking funny. When it's actually funny, what happened? You fucking hit the pigs with a sandwich and ran. People, if that happened in 1918 or some shit, there'd be a fucking statue to that guy. Trust me, if you don't think that's the case, look up fucking statues in fucking the Czech Republic and Prague and shit. And be like, oh yeah, we have the guy on the horse, but this is for fucking this is Grandma Bones. She would pick up chicken bones and then she would flick them at soldiers that were going past because she was upset with them. We gave her a statue. That's Grandma Bones. That's what heroes are. He did something. That guy is literally more leftist than fucking Hassan could ever hope to be. The sacrifice was extreme. Hassan can't even keep his cool having Matan fucking Evans or whatever his name is make fun of him at a protest. He couldn't even talk to that guy. Okay. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm very serious. I have sex with porn stars. I'm in a relationship with Valkyrie. She does esports. I do sex with girls that are hot. Okay, loser. God damn it. People who like it or die for me do nothings, yes. What a popular Twitch streamer not knowing consent is. I mean, wake the fuck up, samurai. It's time to live for a better tomorrow. Are you forgetting those who died in Long Kesh for the freedom of the 6 counties? Apparently. Did they just set themselves on fire somewhere? And then they were done? In death, members of Project Mayhem have a name. Project Mayhem people were very effective. That was a hell of an organization. Actually, if you think about it. Y'all can whine about fucking Starbucks and shit, but they blew up Starbucks. Big smiley face. And then still their dude was on him. The narrator just still came out, Jack, if you want to call him. Jack still came out what the fuck are you idiots laughing about? Stop. Literally, he just came out stop having a good time. We're doing things, okay? Just fucking, he would hold them to high standards. There's schizophrenic boss walking around having a good time at once, and then the next time, get your shit together. In death, members of Project Mayhem have a name. His name is Robert Paulson. His name is Robert Paulson. His name is Robert Paulson. Do you know who I am? Is this a test? No, it's not. It's not a fucking test. Do you know who I am? The first rule is no. I know the first rule is. I know the second rule is. Do you know who I am? Who am I? You're the man who gave me this. You're Mr. Durden. God, I love that fucking movie. People don't talk about Fight Club. Don't bring it up. Hunger strikes is a tactic. I mean, Gitmo's still around. Hunger strikes as a tactic work to the extent that maybe why didn't that play? Hunger strikes work as a tactic to the extent that maybe the doctors where you are, or some humanitarian organization might be able, but like we're past that. I mean, we're like, people don't care that you're dying. That's the thing. Like they'll just feed you. They'll force feed you. Like they don't care. People do hunger strikes all the time and then they eat. Boondocks. The Boondocks had the best take on a hunger strike ever. So, you want some? You want some? It's pointless activism. It's do nothing activism. It's capitalist activism. It really is. I hate to break it to you, but it's polite. It's self-affecting. I don't want to affect anyone else. I just want to do something myself. If your activism, if when you think about it, it is, am I doing something or am I not doing something? Actually, when you're not doing something, capital doesn't care. It doesn't. Because it knows it'll be there when you start doing something again. And if you end up dying, then you aren't a risk anymore. You mitigate yourself. So much of this leftist... Here's a segment, because I wanted to say this. So much of leftist political action, especially from idiots online. And I'm just going to go ahead and say names. Hassan Piker sphere, Bad Empanada sphere. I think Noah Sampson's guilty of this as well. Denims, Sean DeBlack, Mike from PA, a bunch of these guys, and especially their disgustingly stupid fucking audiences of self-involved, narcissistic children think that doing literally nothing or less than you were doing before is tantamount to doing something. Because they've convinced themselves that their capitalist approach to the world is actually equivalent to destroying capitalism by participating in it. They interact with their own politics as an act of commerce. And that's it. They can't understand politics outside of exchange of currency. It's, well, I eat, I'll stop eating. Well, I purchase, I'll stop purchasing. Well, I breathe and live, so I'll stop breathing and living in order to accomplish something. This is do nothing politic. You are actively doing nothing. You're sit at home, stay in. I'm going to show the Democratic Party how important I am by not participating in it and not letting them know I'm here. What is the most that you've ever done? I went outside and stood around yelling and pissing and moaning to tell other people to do nothing. And I'll tell you what, they did something anyway, and it upset me so much, I did nothing. And it becomes a spiral of non-participation from what amount to babies. You come off politically and as like an adult to adults, especially the people in this space, you come off like children. You sound stupid. If you're not going to do what I want to do, I'm not going to play. That's all you sound like. And I don't care for your, like, one fucking cherry-picked example of it worked or something like that, which you're going to fucking inevitably misunderstand. The non-participation is stupid. It's like being on a bus that's going in one direction and you want it to go in another one, and you go like, I'm just not going to ride this bus anymore. Like, dude, make it go in a different direction. Seize the controls. Destroy the road. Put up barriers, put up blockades, force it to do something else. But the non-participation from these people is insane. It really goes down to, I saw this and I was like, oh, faith completely lost in the H3 Leftovers fucking anti-fan community, who was posting my stuff for a little bit and giving me some extra beauty views, but not enough fucking, and not really paying for much more content than that. And it was when they got ass mad at me because Bad Empanada shared a clip from a dog fucking pedophile stream that was clipped by a person that makes literal necrophilia porn of me to try to like make me look bad for some shit I don't give a fuck about, right? Which you could have just asked me. You could have tried to drag me on stream and fucking admit to it, whatever the fuck. I don't care. The point is, somebody posted something which was, I don't want to play with you now. And it was like Andy dropping a toy. And I think that was supposed to be like, you know, demeaning to me, like I'm a toy. But understand, that means that you engage with politics as a series of toys. You are a purchaser. You're just a consumer. And that's it. It's consumer politics. Leftism brought to you by Consumer Politics Industries. And they're all guilty of this. And it's one of the reasons that you don't accomplish anything. The reason Palestinian kids are dying is because people like you are stupid. You are lazy. You care about Palestinian kids. You care about the genocide. Sure. I bet it's as important to you as 3 meals a day and 8 hours of sleep. It's crushingly important. But what you do to engage with it is you make purchases. You donate money to a series of websites that are owned by the people who are funding these genocides. You pay for stuff. Why should I pay my taxes if it goes to genocide? Because you're just going to pay your taxes because you don't have the balls to not do it. First off, you're never going to leave. You do nothing. You support bad empanada. You give Hassan $500. You have all of the fucking effort put onto your shoulders, but all you do is spend money or not spend money. You are a consumer. Your entire political relationship is consumption. And because of that, because your consumption abilities are limited anyway, you saying you're not going to do something doesn't sufficiently do anything. You'll pat yourself on the back. You'll use hindsight and ad hoc justifications for all of your stupid actions, which are really just inactions. And ultimately, you'll fail every single cause that you're a part of because all you are is a purchaser. You're a consumer. You consume Hassan's content and therefore think you're a good person. You consume Noah Samson's content. And possibly you even consume the fucking endorphin rush of donating $20 to him or to somebody like me, even $5, $10, $100, buying a t-shirt. You consume. And you think that your consumption in a capitalist system is equivalent to political action because the only thing valuable in your mind, because you are a capitalist, is your capital. That's why you can't get into a fucking argument or see people get into arguments with people like Mike from PA. They'll fucking, they immediately start telling you how much money they make. I make a lot of money. I don't have to work. Fries in the bag. Bad Empanada said he's in it for the money on Noah Samson's stream. Oh, it was a joke. It was a joke, but he does make a lot of money. And he does bring up how much more money he's making because he's part of the leftism brought to you by Political Consumers United. Leftism brought to you by the good folks at Palantir. And that's it. You're not real. You're non-functional. People will tell you that it's an act of consumption, and you're upset because you want products. You see all of politics as a product. You're basically a Barbie collector for political figures. You get upset because the current model of Bernie Sanders doesn't come with anti-genocide karate chop action. Oh my God, my new AOC doll doesn't come with the authentic anti-Israeli funding vote. I'm not even going to buy this issue. That's all you are, is you are a series of mouths into which leftist slop is poured instead of Nazi slop. And you should be ashamed of yourself. This should haunt you to the point where you consider self-harm. I'm not even fucking kidding you if you had any fucking sense, but you don't. Really, ultimately, all it is, your so-called genocide fucking support or anti-genocide support or pro-genocide support, honestly, for the other side, really is just tantamount to you're a consumer. You suck up political good fifis and endorphins and cortisol and oxytocin from feeling like you're part of a community because people agree with you. And when that's provided to you, you give people more views and you give people more money because you're a consumer, which is why you think that all of your political action is valuable, because when you cease consuming, then, oh, well, now I've done the one thing I can do. All of my approval is based on purchasing. It's based on watching. I consume. I'm fed. I drain from the grand swamp of political back and forthisms. And I like to make sure my diet is 100% Israeli-free, genocide, cruelty-free content, right? Because you're just the same person that purchases GMO-free salt. You're a fucking idiot. You're a moron. You're a rube. And they love that about you. Trust me, don't listen to me. Listen to whoever's going to disagree with me. Aren't you a psycho who did something? Yes. Who no one could stop, by the way. That's why I'm still alive. I did something. That's kind of why I'm scary. I wanted to change the world, and then I did. No one could stop me, and now all you can do is say, no one should buy this product. I'm going to go ahead and mark it with imperialism. I only have 100% imperialism-free Shonda Black. See, my Shonda Black from Shonda Black Industries comes with 100% certified anti-genocide talking points. We've also 100% certified that he's Israeli free. And you can purchase your Shonda Black on youtube.com or Twitch today. Like, that's what you are. That's all you are. You're consumers. They already beat you, you stupid fucks. You lost. And every fucking day you wake up, you open your mouth, toothless, sucking at the nipple of capitalism as it feeds you 100% authentic leftism from Bad Empanadico. Imported from the sunny hills of Buenos Aires, Argentina, we are delivering you 100% Israeli influence-free talking points from our friend Bad Empanada, home of the greater Bad Empanada family of products. Bad Empanada, Bad Empanada Live, and a host of wonderful Twitter products on Elon Musk's fine platform, X.com, that you can participate in today. Brought to you by Consumer Leftism. Leftism for you. That's what you are, and there's no fucking excuse for it. You were bought and sold. You're a fucking prostitute buying prostitutes. A series of sucking and paying and consuming all the way down. Mouth to anus, anus to mouth, a human centipede of fake fucking political thought. And I despise you for it. And I want to harm your comfort. And there's no argument to it. Debate me on it. What good do you do? What good? I want to debate the audiences. I should open that up. I should do the fucking old Vosh thing. Unfortunately, folks, we've heard your complaint, and we're sorry. At Consumer Leftist Co., we thought the new Vosh line of products would be the A-OK thing to brighten your day. From anti-Trump propaganda to pro-lefty talking points, the edginess of the Vosh platform was meant to give you the right-sided anger that you wanted while still staying with the leftist sensibilities that you preferred. Unfortunately, we have found that the Vosh family of products did not live up to the standards we set from the beginning, and we will be removing them from the greater consumer left product source line. However, we would like to suggest to you to try new peppermint-flavored Xanderhal, or even authentic Demon Mama. I can't even go in that direction because she's already fucking gone. Don't forget, at Consumer Left Products, there's always a replacement for you. But I want my leftism with a taste of feminism. Just a taste? Well, today we can bring you Hasanabi. Get all the feminism you need in an attractive 6'4" package of Turkish man meat. All of the possible thirst traps that you want, and all of the soft-eyed cooing you could ask for. God damn it, bro. You guys are saying stupid shit in the comments. But that's basically it. That's the feel. It's consumer left products. That's it. And that's why you guys aren't serious. I can't take them serious. Like, I don't get criticisms from people I respect. Fucking god damn. I gotta fucking scrap with them. I gotta start harassing some of these people on Twitch. I found out that they're on Twitch, so I gotta go start fucking cracking them. Do Lance of the Serfs. I can't. Oh my god. Hassan. I really hope my great descendant derives the soul system out of the Alpha Centauri system. Time for my daily existentialism. Thanks, Paul. Based. Mickey Atkins, a psychologist on YouTube, has a video on chronically online leftism where she compares the doomer left to Christian fundamentalism. Don't even need to watch the video. Agreed. Been to Lowe's lately, Tyler? No. Yes. Why the fuck did I say no? I was there yesterday. Did I buy anything from Lowe's recently? No, I did. I returned something yesterday. Black person mentioned. My enemies are all colors. Oh, man. It's like getting mad and taking your ball home, so you just go home. Yeah, taking your ball home in a ball factory. True. Hutch should be mocked. 3:04 p.m. Do I dare, or do I have time? Can I just? I don't know. I want to do an RM Brown segment of this. Hutch is a guy on the internet, and boy howdy is he. Hutch, also known as, I don't know, I think his name's Austin Hutchinson or something. I don't know. I heard it on Bad Empanada the other day. He's fucking whining. Talking out of his ass again, just baffled as fuck. No idea what the fuck he was looking at. Just saying like, I don't know, Zionism, something. something, Jews, destiny, Jews, destiny. You know, the Bad Empanada video, Jew this, Jew that. Western something. Bad Empanada video. Where the fuck? I know I saved that to desktop. Hutch piss boy. Hutch stopped. I was scrolling through. I see people are live. I check them out. See what the fuck they're talking about all the time, whether I like them or not. I know people will try to do like, you watch these people to like no, dude. I stalk them because they're a food product to me. And I need to know where they are so that they can deliver me the nourishment of their stupidity. So Hutch was streaming, and the second I turned on Hutch, he started talking about his gigantic dirty cock. There's no way to let you into this in a softer. It was jarring as fuck to me. Because first off, I had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. I literally turned it on, and I'll play this for you in a second. And this is, you know what? I'll play it. I know you can't see it yet. I know you can't see it yet. I turn on a fucking Hutch stream, and I swear to God, this is what starts playing. I rewound, obviously, to record it. This just starts playing. This is like literally where I rewound literally to where I started.
Tommy Lahren wrote the following. The saddest thing about this is Gavin and his team of beta males, 2016 called, they want your, lingo, they want their lingo back, but okay, who sit down to pee, actually think they're trolling the president.
There's nothing wrong with sitting down to pee, okay? Let me explain why. And if you're a woman...
So, there's an argument for sitting down to pee if you're a dude. I don't care to hear it. I stand up to pee because it's my God-given right, and then I clean the fucking toilet. Okay? The reason to sit down when you pee is because it's more hygienic. You don't ever need to say a single fucking other word. It's just, if you sit down to pee as a guy, 100% of the piss will more than likely get in the toilet. So people are led to believe, right? Hutch does not say just that. And what we're led on after he begins talking is what is this? 8.5 minute journey into Hutch basically accidentally admitting on stream that his dick is so dirty he can't piss straight. This is in the middle of listening to political conversations. Like, the point I latched on to it because I'm like, we're never going to be free of this. We're never going to be free of this fake gooner leftism, right? And he's like, I'm not a leftist, I'm a liberal, whatever. Left of fucking... Anybody who's like remotely anti-slavery at this point, as far as I'm concerned, is a potential leftist in America. The bar is in hell, okay? And none of this needs to be said. It's not funny, and it's immediately weird. And it goes on for forever. It's a roller coaster with no real hills, but a consistent amount of pulse. Where you go, how are we still going? And how has the conversation actually adjusted to have additional information in it? What in the fuck is happening? I'm just going to play some of this.
Woman, you don't understand what it is to be a man with a big cock. Let's break it down, okay?
First off, some women have big cocks is what you're supposed to say, at least a little bit, if you're going to give the trans community its due. Second, and just to not really dwell on it, if there's ever a reason to not sit down, and this is my reason I don't, is because of that anatomical issue, because water level, yeah, okay, or the edge, that's why, okay, because parts of you might go below the seat lid. That's it. You can stop. To say like I have a giant piece, I just think it's too big to sit down to pee, or so big he has to sit down to pee, is crazy. And what we go through after this point is him discovering, I believe, that he does not wash himself enough. We'll continue a bit.
If you're a man with a big cock, your cock can bend and fold in ways that cause what is known as a split stream.
To say, this is what, 51 seconds. I was like on Discord or something. I was like doing something, like instantaneously. This is just turning on a hutch. That was my reaction. What? Okay, red border, you're correct. What? Come on, work content border. Oh, it's broken. Wait, did it work? Boy, there we go. It might have disconnected itself. I bet my fucking thing needs to get updated. I was just like, what's happening? Why would he say that? I swear to God, I could be crazy as fuck. And you can disagree with people, but I still remember in my mind Hutch having like a sober, drier take on politics and talking about politics just like a year ago. I remember I would bounce through his streams and I would hear him reading the news, which is like my minimum bar for people talking politics online, making mistakes, but still just reading the news. And I think his remote proximity to DGG has already got him hyper talking about insane sexual shit and his body like on live stream for no good reason. If we get a little deeper in here, he talks about the bending, which is just not the case. I understand. Nothing that he said, any person with male anatomy is going like, oh yeah, sure. Because the appendage itself does bend, as is known. None of that causes a split stream. He opines on this while his audience goes, hey, what are you talking about? And why are you talking about it? To the point where he has to do the modern, I don't know, lolcow gene having joke that people do, which is like, let's contact ChatGPT about this. ChatGPT starts making up male anatomy. And so he has to, after that, talk about other things as well.
Ori, I did get you there, yeah. And Paul, I think I got you as well. Okay. The whole thing. Ain't nothing wrong with sitting down and peeing. It's just practical. We do have gender neutral bathrooms. That's how you know he's doing a good job. Like when he... What is this? UV light shows the unseen urine splashes. Corey with $5. Zionist choice...
You can't keep getting away with it.
I want to watch this series back. I think I'm gonna do that actually.
You can't keep getting away with it.
I'm gonna rewatch that series. I tried rewatching Lost and I was like, keep going. Oh, okay.
Where is it?
Look at all the things that we learned. less common. Things like mild urinary tract infection, urethritis, or trauma can cause swelling or changes at the opening, leading to a split stream. Urethral strictures or polyps.
I'm not adding that.
This is not funny. If the stream splitting is persistent and happens every single time, or when it comes with a weak flow, pain, or infections, it could be the sign of narrowing stricture or growth that needs a
I have a narrow urethra.
doctor's look. Guys, is it more common amongst dudes with a fat schlong?
No. I'll spare you the rest of this. Is RM Brown out there? I love that guy. RM Brown always in. RM Brown, this is your content. You're supposed to have. You know what I mean? What he finds out is that the only thing that causes a split stream, which I don't think maybe ever had in my life that I can think of, is you having a disease or you being dirty. That's the only thing that can change that, because it's just a hole, right? So it has to be blocked. There's nothing. But Hutch has convinced himself his dick is so large and flexible that he just can't piss straight, and so he has to piss down all the time, I guess. To the point you can see him going through a spiritual moment of shock where he's just going, okay, I understand that polyps and cancer and swelling and serious injury and dirtiness can cause this, but what about having a big dick? Because that was the excuse I've been going for. And understand, this is relevant because this is the same amount of attention to detail that he brings to talking about an ongoing genocide. It sounds the same as when he's trying to work back from his presumption of whatever he's thinking in regards to children being murdered and hospitals being bombed. This is the same level of confidence where he's just no, I understand the internet has suggested that my dick is either diseased or so filthy that I literally can't piss straight. But WebMD, could it be the size of the penis that is causing the issue? Spoiler, the answer is no. What the fuck are you talking about? I can't believe this. I can't. It's one of the most shocking things I have seen happen to a person in a while, to say the least. I've found out I was wrong online. I can't. Oh, a good one is the crossbows and cuirasses and metal and shit, right? Crossbows can't punch through sheet metal. Okay, it sounds obvious. It wasn't immediately to me. Finding out that you're you've had a life-changing medical condition that forces you to sit down to piss because you're either diseased or filthy is a crazy thing to discover in real time online. It has to be the most shocking shit I've ever heard. It's humiliating in ways you really can't even dig down into. Do you know what I mean? Because on top of this, are you finding out for the first time that maybe you're not you're not built like that? That was the excuse. I don't know. I haven't pissed straight in a while. I happen to have pissed around my fucking bathroom so much that I have to sit down now. And it's actually super normal. Because, if you have a big dick, it just gets all kinked inside and you start pissing in two directions, or left or up or right or whatever the fuck. Like, what the fuck are you? He's had to have never brought this up to another dude in his life before dropping it on a live stream. Because, like, that would be crazy. That would be a crazy thing to say. And find out. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I sit down when I piss. There's nothing wrong sitting down when you piss, guys. And everyone goes like, okay, run us through this one because this is going to be good. Because normally it's going to be like, I just don't miss, right? That's like, why do you fucking piss standing up? Because I just don't miss. I just don't piss everywhere, right? That's like normally what you say. Hutch goes, well, I got to fucking sit down when I pee. Because sometimes I piss in two directions. Sometimes I piss left, right. And everyone goes, what? And he's like, well, it's just because I have a big dick. The fuck? What the fuck did you just say? And it bends. Like, it's just because, like, it's not like smaller, because it bends here and there. And so I just, and everyone's just looking at him like, bro, do you own soap? What the fuck? What the fuck did you just say to me? What the fuck did you just, what? I'm sorry if you got cleared out during that. Segment's basically over. But I was just like, how is this, dude? That fucking side, the pro-genocide side, is running out of talent. That pool is fucking like 2 rattling dry-ass beans in the bottom of a fucking barrel at this point. Clickety, 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 because what in the fuck? You imagine the Israeli dude that pulled up? I came here to, how do you know it's Borat? I came here to hear about the Palestinians are animals and hospital bomb is good, but you are talking about your dirty beans. Why are you talking about your dirty beans again? This is 7 minutes of your dirty beans. Maybe you go wash. Oh my god. What in the fuck? How can you be so dick-shaped from the neck up and know nothing about human anatomy? Okay, I'm done. I've got to move on. I can't even. Like, it's like, the sheetrock is not martyr free. I want to talk to your manager. Oh my god. I'm still recovering from the tweet where Charlie Kirk admitted to digging around in his own ass. I didn't think that could take more. What? Oh my god. He just has the wrong nozzle setting. Thank you, Manches, for the 27 kroner. Tyler, this crashed my browser. Sorry. Too many people are okay embarrassing their moms. I mean, dude. What did you tell them, Hutch? Oh my god. He should get he needs to go to a doctor, bro. Like, what in the fuck? I thought he was worm maxing, but Hutch was asthma maxing the whole time. You can do both, apparently. You can do both. What in the fuck? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I'm legit. I couldn't hold that in. Puns aside. Because it was like actually murdering me. I was dying. Okay, I gotta hop right into this next segment. We got good momentum built up. Speaking of build up, ba-dum-tsh. This has got to be a joke that someone already told, but could you imagine being the guy who was doing stand-up, right? And, like, He's telling some jokes, and then like randomly a drummer just went like, "Dum-tsh." Do that again. Ba-dum-tsh. Dudes are freaking the fuck out. That has to be a skit. There's no way it got this much time has passed that someone else didn't already do that. All right, that conversation topic is now officially cut off because we're still going to go into red band territory. It's a good one to bounce off of. Probably actually in content warning for the rest of the day. Hold on, let me make sure my... Yeah, Stream Deck is not updated. That's what that is. $2. Yep, install update. Weather plugin. Oh, God. Next. Yes, next. Please, I just need it to work. Install. Takes forever, this piece of shit. If the stream crashes, my need to be updated by this setup. You can let's set up to close them and attempt to restart them or reboot the machine later. Do not close them. Reboot later. Okay. Maybe it will work anyway. Sometimes it just works anyway. Let's see. Okay. Now turn off. Well, it turns it on, I guess. So that's nice. Maybe it'll have turned it on for everything. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, Destiny, what the? It turned off? Stay on this time. It might turn itself off again. Ladies and gentlemen, Destiny is a pedophile. And that's it. The news is released, and the thing I said is true. Yet again, we have come full circle to where we were a day ago. If you're behind on it, 4 months ago, I think it was. I just looked up the amount of days. 130 days ago. 131 now, probably, because that's what it said. I can't remember. I'm not doing that counting. 130 some odd days ago, I released a video called Slop Mafia, which you can look at on the SA side, East Side Tyler channel. It's a pretty big piece. I think it's like 3 hours long or 2.5 hours long or something. Loose about a small amount about the Rose and Solo Tiny League stuff from November of last year, going into December, which is basically a breakdown mostly of the bad reporting from President Sunday and Beckett of Cope and Seethe, who were played essentially, as I'm understanding their narrative is now, they were played by Straighter Aid into producing videos with a single Trust Me Bro source that barely managed to allege anything against Destiny at all, and mostly played to serve cover for him by accusing Pixie, real name Jane Doe, obviously not, but accused Pixie of fucking, dude, I'm gonna kill this person. Who the fuck? No, I can't talk right now. God damn it. I'm fucking starting over. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. I'm just starting from zero, baby. Hopefully all the fucking Hutch comments are out of the thing. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, Destiny is a pedophile. Yesterday, it was confirmed via Kiwi Farms doxing initiatives led by someone named Kyla Turner, who is not actually not so erudite Kyla Turner, that the girl that Destiny has been or was talking to during the leaks controversy that ended up with a bunch of nudes of him and his intimate partners, some of which were taken apparently without consent by parties involved. being leaked across the internet. Okay, this was covered in 2 videos initially by, well, it's covered in a series of videos over the course of from November to January by Noah Driver, President Sunday, and Beckett of the Cope and Seethe channel. They basically allayed maybe a tenth of what was released in the documents. The biggest revelations from what was dropped in the solo Tiny Leaks / Rose drama was that Destiny was quite clearly a pedophile, quite literally into pedophilia. Not just like he was trying to have sex with a minor. He was engaged in activities that would let him role play pedophilia, literally age play, and the texts and released Discord messages, I should say, between him and Rose included stuff like Rose saying she was getting her braces off, her parents wouldn't let him come fly and meet her. Very obviously she was a child or acting childish. Her age wasn't 100% confirmed. It was confirmed yesterday via Kiwi Farms doxing initiatives, and the individual was found to have clearly been about half a month under 18 when they started talking. And this isn't remotely covered. I know pedophiles like to think that this is like covered under some Romeo Juliet law shit. It's not. He is a pedophile. Destiny was, I think, 34. They did the math, or 30. They were doing the math on this or something like that when they started talking. I can't remember the exact ages. Actually, if you go look at Slot Mafia, I think, the math on it. So go ahead, watch the Slot Mafia thing on Eastside Tyler. The commentary community avoided talking about this at the time, I think, because a lot of them are pedophiles. They hang out with pedophiles. They're pedophile adjacent. They're fucking weird people. They're very, very accommodating to, and they like talking about, no, it's not 17. 17's fine. Just pedophile talking points to make 17 feel okay so that you can push to 16. Well, if 16's okay, then why not 15? That's the point of it. Oh, she was 16 in 364. Oh, she was 15 in 364 days. Oh, she was 13 in 364 days, but now she's 14, which is legal. That's the point of it. They're pedophiles. They're all pedophiles that make that argument. If you see that argument, call that person a pedophile, and the acronym is KYS, okay? That's all you need to respond with. No point in having a conversation. Just tell them to neck it out. Destiny's a pedophile. In those things, like I was saying, he was talking about age play, all this stuff. He enjoys the act of pedophilia. He enjoys the act of transgression. He has made numerous comments talking about hot 15-year-olds in this, and it's like, yeah, you're joking, but you're joking like fucking R. Kelly going like, I mean, yeah, I was joking about pissing on you, but like, are you down? Like, it's okay, yeah. It's abuser shit, right? He's gone through women like fucking crazy. He's a freak. He's a pervert. He's a pedophile. There is no way around it. He is an actual pedophile. He's a pederast who has sent illicit pornographic content and purchased illicit pornographic content from a minor. Not knowing the person is a minor is not a defense under any state or federal law that I have ever seen. As a matter of fact, most of them have prescriptions that say, if you receive pornography from somebody and you cannot confirm that they're an adult, the responsibility is on you. Because a pedophile would obviously say the first thing, well, how am I supposed to know she's 18? You get confirmation on the record. If you don't, you're a pedophile and a pederast at this point. You're a child sex crime committer. You have received child sexual abuse materials. It does not matter how willing they were to provide them. It does not matter how mature they seemed. It does not matter. It does not matter. It does not matter. None of your excuses matter. Destiny is a criminal. Destiny needs to be reported incessantly to the authorities that be. Anybody that's in his community after this should just be treated like the pedophiles they are. They are pro-pedophilia. They are giving money and attention to a pedophile. They are doing this most likely because they are into kids. There is no excuse. I don't care to hear it. If you are in that community participating, if you are defending Destiny, if you are saying anything in his behalf, you're a pedophile. That's it. I don't care. I don't care. Probably, like, you go to court and all that stuff to figure it out. Probably have to do that, yes, because hard drives need to be seized. The courts do need to be involved. If that's the stuff that needs to get pushed to, yes. This whole thing isn't going to be going over that too much. If you want more confirmation, I went over the whole Kiwi Farms thread, obviously. Don't go in there. From what I understand, Null has deleted everything. Null's the guy that runs Kiwi Farms. He's deleted all of the possible CSAM that may have been shared to that site. Fucking idiots. That was showing what... Ew. Okay? Ew. Police need to investigate this. Police need to investigate this now. There's a strict possibility, and the person who said that was talking to Rose, another person named Solo from overseas possibly, so this might be international sex crimes. It's definitely a federal level matter because apparently the individual, who's Rose's real name, they were a minor at the time. I'm going to respect their name because it's everywhere already. And until I decide to do maybe like a full breakdown of it, I'm just going to leave it out. They're from Illinois. Destiny did these things while he was in Miami. So this is a federal matter. How can I help? Should be the question you're asking. How can I help put the nails in this guy's coffin? And I'm going to tell you how. Now, reporting things to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is what you can do as an individual. You can report these things. But getting people to follow up on a National Center for Missing and Exploited Children report is very difficult. As anybody that works in any sort of victims assistance or therapy will tell you, it's very difficult to get people to investigate. However, we have a fucking silver bullet here, okay? Normally when you have somebody that is abusing people, you do have to go through channels like NM's National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. You shouldn't ignore that. Or even your local authorities, but that doesn't mean that the investigation will happen or that it'll be prioritized or that it'll have the best people put on it. What you can do is harass elected officials and tell them to fucking get this guy. The good thing about Destiny being the piece of shit that he is that where he is in a red state, and who he is fucking liberal cuck, okay? So, this is the Office of the Attorney General of the State of Florida. And what I want people to do is use these tools I'm going to give you to bother the Attorney General of the state of, or it's not, if I said Virginia, I meant Florida, to bother the Attorney General of the state of Florida in order to try to get fucking Steve Bennell, please just call him Steve Bennell, Kenneth Bennell II, arrested. Okay, and investigated and charged with literal crimes against children that he fucking committed and does not care that he committed. So, who's up on the deck first? All right, this is Attorney General James Uthmire. I believe is how you say that, Uthmire, the 39th Attorney General for the free state of Florida. Attorney General James Uthmire is very, very active on social media. And just an hour ago, thank you, Sheriff Rosie, for your leadership. Okay, good on you, Sheriff Rosie. He's probably doing some shit you're not going to like. That doesn't matter. He is a public official. Doesn't like the left? Okay, use that against Destiny. If you prey on children from August 7th, if you prey on children, you should never expect to have a quiet night in Florida. We are watching. 2 days, 30 residences, 10 sex offenders and sex predators arrested. Sexual offenders and sexual predators don't just get to roam free. They're bound by strict registration requirements. FDLE, Hernando Sheriff, and FL Corrections conducted Operation Knock Knock, verifying their compliance with these registration requirements, the unannounced residential home visits. Disobey the rules, expect us to come knocking. If you prey on children, you should never expect to have a quiet night in Florida. We are watching. You, especially if you're a resident of Florida, tell them where you live, okay? Give your fucking city and state at least, or your neighborhood, city and neighborhood, if not necessarily the block of your street. You should tweet at Attorney General James Uthmire with what we know about Stephen Kenneth Bennell. Attorney General James Uthmire. There is at Florida, at AG James Uthmire. In Miami, Florida right now, there is a man named Stephen Bennell. You can share clips. You can share cutouts. Don't share anything pornographic or with nudity in it. Try to maintain a sense of civility, but make sure that the message gets across. There is a man who is a liberal commentator. You can use that against him. In Miami, Florida, named Stephen Bennell, who has been trafficking minors. He has tried to have a minor from Illinois flown out to him for sex. He has engaged in trading of pornographic materials with this minor. There is an extremely large amount of evidence, a preponderance of it online, in addition to statements from Bennell saying he would enjoy sex with kids that are under 18, people that are 15 years old, saying that 17-year-olds are okay. There is video of him talking about how him and his friends had an 8-year-old expose himself to him on stream. He is a pedophile. He is harming kids for his own gratification. There is no way around it at this point. I don't know what the fuck you can say in addition to it. Please, at AG James Uthmeyer, be polite, be professional, be respectful. Do you know about this man? His name is Stephen Bennell. He goes by Destiny Online. He lives in Miami. There's a lot of evidence coming out online right now that he has been engaged in trading pornographic images with minors across state lines and attempting to have a minor flown in to have sex with him. Okay? If you have access to that information, you can share that. If you don't, you don't. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to do something about this? Can you push for investigation? Now, he'll say maybe I can't investigate stuff. Obviously, I'm a prosecutor. What the AG can do is direct and demand investigative authorities on the ground to prioritize this and to make sure that it becomes a priority for them to be able to take this to court. I'm hard on crime. I'm not letting these sleazy liberals do their sex crimes in my state. I say good. I don't want any sleazy liberals either. I want good, clean libs. Rat this motherfucker out. If you don't want to just tweet at him. If you are in, this is the AG's area, you can contact toll free. Most of their stuff is about compliance, but you can say, telephone, hey, here. This is the Miami office for the Attorney General, and we'll get into some other stuff as well. You can call them up, say, hey, you can mail them even some stuff and say, hey, we want to bring this to your attention. There's this guy. He should be prosecuted. He's committing a crime. You need to direct the investigative services that are underneath you or that you know to prioritize this investigation. Please, what can you do to prioritize this investigation into the crimes of Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell, a resident of Miami, Florida? Be polite. Be professional. If they ask you to stop calling, say this is the last call I'll do. If you are a resident of Florida, say I pay my taxes. I will try to minimize my impact on your line, but I'm going to try to call back every week until I see something change in this. I'm calling every single person that I can get a hold of. Okay? You make your reports to the NCMEC, all right? But you should be bothering elected officials in these areas and the prosecutors and the fucking people on the ground. Understand, prosecutors will tell you some stupid shit like, we don't investigate it. That's true. Generally, they don't. Not until it becomes time for them to do prosecutorial investigations ahead of cases. But prosecutors can ask for stuff to get looked into, and a prosecutor has way more ass in a fucking police station than you really give it credit for. Especially the Attorney General. It's the top cop. Remember what they always say about Kamala Harris? The top cop, California or whatever? This is the top cop in Florida. Tough on crime. Doesn't like libs. Okay, I don't give a shit. I'm done with this person fucking running around doing these things. Okay? And you should be too. Spread the word. Tell people that you know that live in Florida, especially people that live in Miami, to contact local law enforcement as well. In addition to this, also on the state Attorney General, State of Florida website, you have this Citizen Services contact form. You can fill all this out. Don't lie. If you're from a different state, fill it out correctly. Fill out the zip. You don't need to fill out stuff like, it's going to be down here, transactions, amount paid, payment methods. These things are because there's such a preponderance of different things that you can say. If there's a financial crime, that's what this information's for. But you can still report the other issues as well. Now, we also have Miami-Dade Sex Crimes Unit. So you can also call the prosecutors in Miami-Dade County. That's where Miami is, okay? Sexual Crimes Unit, Home, Artwork, Victim Services, Sex Crimes Unit, okay? This is the State Attorney's Office. This is Catherine Fernandez Rundle, State Attorney, Miami-Dade County, State of Florida. Same thing. This is Destiny, Stephen, Kenneth Bennell. You don't need to include his internet handle in anything except for quotations. Don't say like Destiny did this thing. Steve Kenneth Bennell II is a resident of Miami, outspokenly a resident of Miami. He's an internet celebrity there who has used his platform in order to predate on children. There's a preponderance of evidence now in just the layman's area that suggests that he was sending and trading and purchasing pornographic images and material from a young woman, a girl, under the age of 18 living in Illinois, across state lines. I understand your office might not have the ability to investigate this, but especially if you are a resident of Miami, specifically, there's a serious issue. His damage that he's done is very widespread, and no one is investigating him to the extent he should be investigated as a criminal relative to this. Don't call, there's 2 numbers down here. Don't call Christie House. This is a victim's respite area of the division chief staff contact. You can call this number. Do not blow them up. Do not harass anybody. Do not say curse words. Do not make any fucking aggressive shit like that. Be polite, be professional, respect their time. Okay. But say, I'm here because I'm concerned about this. We are basically, there's a lot of people online that are seeing this happening. We're all calling to try to get something done. Okay. We need to see something done about this. It is ridiculous. In addition to these things, and I'm not going to do all the work for y'all, but I'll put the links to these that I brought up in here. This is probably, a lot of other people tell you to do other stuff, and this is just in addition to that. But I'll put all these, I'll make sure that they're in the episode notes, right? I won't do the comical thing to read this time. I would rather this be the last time I talk about him. I want to see Destiny arrested for this. I'm not fucking around. This isn't just like a personal grudge because of his politics. I would say this to anyone. If I found out someone who's a sweetheart like Anthony Gramuglia was doing something like this, and I think Anthony Gramuglia would say the same thing, I would want them arrested. If it was my best friend, I would want them arrested for their safety and the safety of kids. If it was my enemy, I would want them arrested for the safety of the kids. In this case, he needs to go to jail. He needs to be tried for crimes against children. This is not a joke. Like, I really cannot hammer this home enough. He is a fucking sex criminal. And now it's obvious that that's the case. Okay? Well, I didn't know. How could I have known? You're engaging in age play. The girl was telling you her parents still had control over her life and wouldn't let her fly to you. I have found that via leaks on kiwi farms. If the police come, they have much more investigative authority to check out all of that stuff. And they need to, and they should. So, especially if you are a resident of Florida, please call your state investigative agencies. Call the Florida Bureau of Criminal Investigation. I don't know if it's the FBI, FBCI, or not, if that's the acronym, through your state police. Contact the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Be light on the organizations that are further away from Florida, because you don't need to overtax them for him. They still have work to do. So if you clog their lines, it might get in the way of someone else. But as far as that, you need to have those double checked. Now, can you ask in Chicago as well, or Illinois as well, to have investigations done? Yes. Should you call the FBI? Do not waste your time. They are impossible to fucking get a hold of because everybody's calling them all the fucking time. Using Twitter to say to politicians who have their reputations and their faces on the line attached to stuff like this is going to be one of the best ways to get them to go like, hey, I heard something. And I'll tell you right now, anybody that's worked in politics, it might not be that guy's job, but that guy's job is to breathe down necks. I don't care about his politics further than there's something he can do about a crime against a kid. There's something he can do to prevent additional crimes against kids. I'm not even going to get into the fact, except for glancing over the top of it for a second, that Destiny's actual child, who is 14 or 15 years old, which is the age of some of the girls that he said are attractive to him, has joined a very obviously pedophilic organization in the Groypers in order to like rebel against his dad, and has come out as a Nazi. That's not even illegal, but his proximity to Groypers, who are generally pedophiles, outspokenly so, and rapists, is bad. There's a lot of harm that has come from this person's continued existence. It has happened because people online do not pull the trigger and call the fucking cops on motherfuckers. And you guys on the internet let people go around not like having their real names out there while they're doing stuff like this. And you sat and you spun, all right? And it's time to get the police involved. And it's time to get the state AG involved. So please reach out to them. AG guy, Mr. Uthmeyer. Attorney General James Uthmeyer. I'll tell you this right now. If you end up watching this, I'm going to at you. This isn't anything personal against you. I'm sorry if there's people reaching out to bother you, but I think you can do something about this, and I think you should do something about this. This isn't light. I'm a combat veteran. I'm a United States Marine. If that can sweeten the deal, please investigate this person. I'm not pissing around. This isn't an internet grudge fight. There's very serious issues here the police need to look into, and this needs to be immediate because there is definitive harm of the possibility of this guy, Destiny, Stephen Bennell, doing these actions again. So please look into this immediately, or pressure whoever you need to underneath you to push to do this. I'm pretty sure you'll find it politically expedient for your own means, but in man to man, it's a thing that should be done because there's fucking children being harmed. So please look into this. Authorities in Florida, people of Florida who have numbers, if you know a police officer, if you know somebody in the sex crimes unit, because it's more than just Destiny hurting another person, which is sufficient in my mind. It's also that him getting away with it for as long as he has allowed a crop of people he tolerates and who share and pursue his same interests to pop up. Because we didn't stop Destiny earlier, we now also have Vosh, who is just another pedophile who comes from fucking DGG when it really comes down to it. So how many more do we need? You gotta fucking nip this in the... It's not even a bud now. It's time to chop the fucking tree down, okay? The forest needs to burn. I'm done. I'm done with it. Please, 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 please. Please look into it, man. No way, bro in chat just asked why Tyler's tattling on a pedophile. Because I want to see his life ruined, and I want to see him carved up by the system. I want to see his assets seized. I want to see his child remanded to the custody of either the state or his mother, which would certainly be better than a pedophile. I want to see his influence and his career destroyed. And I want to see a world that's free of the influence of people like him. I think that's sufficient. I want him to go to jail because it prevents somebody like me from having to take matters into their own hands. Quite literally. It might help if you include, subsequent to the complaint, a link of Steve mocking the firefighter who was shot during the Trump assassination attempt. LOL. I mean, I should probably make a compilation video. If somebody makes a good compilation video, good, not like Kiwi Farms idiots, don't put all the stupid shit in the wacky fucking sound effects. Grow the fuck up so you can actually harm the people that you're trying to harm. Stop giving people outs. Put the stuff in there and get it in, you know. If no one else does it, by next week I'll do it when I have time. Hey, do not say you've seen any pictures or anything to beef up your report because you can incriminate yourself, right? Yeah, don't look up any additional facts about the matter, okay? It's sufficiently fine to say you heard about it and they should look. You don't need to go trying to gather evidence. There is a very strong likelihood if you look too far in the wrong direction on Twitter or anything that you could stumble across child pornography. Don't do that. There's no reason to have or look at that kind of material at all, and the police won't accept stumbling on it unless you report it like immediately. And it's eye bleach, okay? Avoid eye bleach situations. Don't get involved in that. Don't fucking bother the person he was talking to. That's for the police to do. They'll investigate this. There's no one who's a chatter or just popping around who has any more information than a lot of the fucking creators that actually just do edit videos and stuff. So trust me, if no other creators types make a like, hey, police should really investigate this guy, by the time I do, I'll do it. All right. I'll say you saw them and told me about it. Who are the chatters on You Are Skin, Tyler Westside? What does that mean, baby? What does that say? I mean, yeah, I have some, like, okay, let me just to try to hammer this home to you guys how fucking bad this is. Commentary cringe. President Sunday kill molding. No. It's Fallout. There we go. Destiny and Rose. I mean, this is the stuff I put in my videos from 11/04/2020. I'm probably getting my braces off in a couple weeks. Oh, exciting. Are you looking forward to it? And they have the, hold on, they have the thread here. Let me just look up when they turned 18, according to this. So yeah, October 2021, they were still 17 years old. So they're 17 until October of 2022. So this is just after she turned 18, literally just under a month. They started talking that April, or before that, no. This is about half a year after that. How do you feel about age play stuff? Yeah, I'm not gonna bring any of these up on screen. Talking in July, I think you need to be smart. This is when she would have been. Oh, she's 18 here. Break down like a loser immediately. Break down, yeah, have you cried about the situation? He's in like a full relationship with an 18-year-old. Where's the stuff from before 2021? Oh, no. So, yeah, my bad. Sorry, until October 2022. So she's actually, she's 17 here. My bad. So, yeah, 17 there. 17 here. I think you're talking about blowing your metaphorical loads. 2023, she wasn't. Yeah, until October of 2022. It's 18 there. Let's see. I'll be able to stay at your place. Sorry if that's a weird ask. Yeah, but it's mostly screenshots. This might have been 18 at this point. Underage. Jesus, your poor sleep schedule. Talking to a 17-year-old at this point. Yeah, I'm fueled entirely by sugar and video games. Would you like to share any of the stuff you've written down? Okay, I'm sitting down now. CMs. But, talking to a 17-year-old about Lauren Southern. 8-year-old. Ew. Merrick. Yep, talking to an 18-year-old again. About Merrick. Their 17-year-old. And that's the clincher. October 2021. So is this like the right at the time? No, it's April. So yeah, this is sending pornography to a child. The Pixie video was sent April 10th, 2022. So if she turned 18 in October of 2022, then this is him sending Pixie's blowjob video to a child. So that's kind of like, yeah, man. Maybe right around her birthday for my next college event, I need to go to blank. Okay, damn. Could be a lot of fun. I haven't had sex in weeks now. Fun times I grew up class. Oh, serious question. This is April 10th, 2022. Seriously, no pressure. Whatever works, let me know. At the end of this month, I got a bunch of travel stumming up. I could swing by blank for a day or two if you're down, just to let me know. So traveling across state lines. Attempting to travel across state lines to meet a minor. That would be, April 10th, 2022. So that is a federal crime. That's a federal crime. That's a federal crime. And understand, there is no... I can read out the fucking statutes. As a matter of fact, actually, no, they should look them up themselves. They're probably in the thing. It is not an excuse to engage in a sexual activity with a child because you didn't know their name or their age. It's just not. You shouldn't accept it as an excuse. If you were to find out that you hurt a kid, you should say, all right, I'll go to jail. If I could have that expunged from my record, I'm sorry I did that. But I probably should go to jail. I should have checked. I would have never done that to a kid had I not known. Your negligence is not an excuse. So understand, there you go. So yeah, the Pixie video was sent to a child. which is a federal crime. Tyler, can you see how long someone has been a chatter for? Yes, TJ, you have been a chatter for 80 hours and 37 minutes, or at least you've been viewing. Anybody who has to say I'm a normal person is hilarious to me. It is like the fucking calling card of internet weirdos. Like, every time I've ever heard fucking Hassan say, just be fucking normal, it's always like, stop talking about something. Queeman fans spotted? Oh, yeah, well, there you go. What's my view time? T-Clax's view time is nice, 210 hours and 40 minutes. Sick Terragot, 90 hours. I gotta mute, the logs are so gross. We're done. We're past it. When EK didn't bother to report the Destiny stuff, but he'll sue over girls watching his video, he relied heavy on Destiny 4 worms. That's still deeply suspicious. I mean, it's class solidarity. It's a bunch of rich people looking out for each other doing weird shit. Fucking, honestly, Ethan Klein's probably super lucky he was married the entire time, because I guarantee you he'd have some fucking charges by now if he wasn't. There's no way. There's no way. I'm on the hold of the AG now. Yeah. Don't be mean. Do not harass them. If they ask you to stop calling because their lines are overloaded, they do have jobs. Understand that. They're processing, whether you like them or not, the entire crime for their region, and they do get busy. Be polite, be professional, be direct. Stephen Kenneth Bennell, he lives in Miami. He is a liberal streamer, and there's a lot of evidence online right now that he has been engaging in pedophilia. And you can direct them to, I guess, my stream if you have to, but other stuff as well. If you can't search him right now without getting closer than you guys should even be trying to get to information. And I highly suggest nobody look that stuff up. Glancing off of the top of it, you will run into pornography. You can't trust anything you click on that site. Don't go on there. Stay out of it. Just take my fucking word for it and let the authorities look into that stuff. It's all gross. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but just stay out of it. The guy that runs the place, Kiwi Farms, has said that they eliminated anything that could potentially be child pornography, but even still, it's a fucking cognito hazard. So don't go in there on your own to try to share stuff. Just direct the cops to where it is. I thought you could only see the time in the current stream. I mean, I think I have that information, but it doesn't come up. No, it's the follow age. I can get follow age. I think that's if you subscribed, actually. Your account age, like, let's see. Nerd Now's account is 11 years and 27 days old. They're a regular. And their watch time is 109 hours and 11 minutes. The phone number routed me to consumer complaints, but I sent an email. Gotcha. If I'd send you guys the wrong numbers, go to more. That's it. Didn't Dr. Disrespect do the same thing, but he's out and about? No, not quite. I can't. Dr. Disrespect was messaging a minor, which is bad. I don't know if the logs were ever actually released. Because I kind of stopped following that. I think that's right around when my back exploded last year. Which is bad, obviously, but I think it wasn't gratuitous enough. Destiny, if that age is correct that's been provided, sent pornography, non-consensually shared pornography of another girl with a minor across state lines, which is a federal felony offense. It's a felony sex crime against children. And that's it. It's a felony sex crime against kids. I don't know how to fucking say that in a different way. The only good thing to do is to investigate and make sure that she's an adult. That's the only ethical path forward at best would be to investigate and make sure the girl is an adult, which it doesn't look like. Still, he's a pedophile for the pedophilia he's engaged in. But this crosses the line into pederasty, right? Pedophilia, vibes, but no harm directly. Pederasty, harm. That's the like, in series of levels of unforgivable, that's the fifth binder you hit when you shoot the binders. Sassy Sasserai, what's my view time? 72 hours and 42 minutes. Rookie numbers, get them numbers way up. Oh yeah, that's why you're a user and not and Hussein Hoosier. Ford been watching forever. YouTube member regular, 174 hours and 41 minutes. Anyone with more hours a loser. Mock's been watching for like 2 years. Mox, do you even want me to say the amount of time that you've been watching my show? And this doesn't count videos. This is only for the stream while you're active in it. 566 hours and 13 minutes. Like, goddamn. The Poofy strike again. Yeah, pedophiles united for Israel, man. At this point, I gotta say, if you're in Destiny's community at all, you're suspect as fuck. Connor Points is suspect at this point. J-Stock, I think, is just still hanging out with pedophiles. Dan Saltman, suspect as fuck. Especially given how close they were. Not so erudite, suspect as fuck. All of those little high-level orbiter types. I would say even some of the major fucking streamers that Destiny has been nice to that haven't, like, disavowed him yet are weird, right? It's very fucking strange. Silk Song, yes. Asking for your view time is borderline parasocial, if you ask me. The only real parasociality is being fucking passive-aggressive, Mr. 453 hours and 18 minutes of watch time. I think it's fun. I find it very funny to do the watch time thing. I guess 100 hours for myself from Sloan Bone. 236 hours and 38 minutes. All right, one more. Temporarily embarrassed goddess. Account age 6 years, 6 months, and 30 days. Oh, man. Too bad. We almost got the 666 there. 234 hours and 5 minutes. But yeah. Go ahead. I think some of the best stuff that you can do, especially if you're a Twitter slacktivist, go ahead at AG James Uthmeyer. One more time, AG James Uthmeyer. And just say, hey, you if you stand on protecting kids, you've got to look into this guy. You just have to. There has to be pressure. There has to be. It's too much. People will fucking Epstein list, Matt Gaetz. And then there's this, and it's just so crazy, right? You're like, oh, you're just attacking a guy. He's like our best hope for anything. If he's a hope for any good thing for me, I'd prefer not to have the good thing. I don't want any of my meals with a side of cheese pizza. Thank you. Now, on to something completely new. It's weird to read the watch time to me, but I guess you go early. Get dunked on. 61 hours, heebie hoobie, haty hootie. I think people are just, I don't if you're feeling parasocial about it, if anything, you should be like, okay, maybe I need to step down. You know what I mean? I'm reminded, when I'm thinking about it, I think about this story that Stephen King tells about when he needed to stop drinking. And then it happened to me, and then that's one of the reasons I stopped drinking. Stephen King was a beer guy like I was, and he was like, I felt sloppy for days. And then my wife had me, I'll try to do it, and my wife had me take out the trash. It was my responsibility because I was drinking so much that we were recyclers. We got on that bandwagon, and well, there's a trash can for the house is recycling and one whole trash can just for cans. And I just emptied it out a day or so ago, and then all of a sudden it was completely full again. And I sat there looking at that pile of cans, and I said it's time for a change. Fuck it. He says that, and then I can't help it. You know what I mean? I'm like, fuck, me too. Can you tell how much people donated? What's my time? I can tell you your time. It doesn't say donations. I don't know if it'll actually show up on the screen. I mean, you guys can see that this isn't like a secret program. This is Mix It Up. It's one of the most popular streaming assistant programs that exist out there. Northside Star, you're getting fucking exposed. Can I move this even? Can I move this? No? Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can... This. Ban. Oh, should I ban you? Warnings. Primary currency. I guess I could do that so I could see it, but... Open channel page. No, I can't bring it down. Oh, yeah, you guys can see that. This is what my chat looks like. So you guys can see that. It's glowing white down here for some reason. I have no idea why. Oh, okay. So yeah, this is you guys. This is what I can see. It's pretty chill. And then these, probably a real streamer would have these plugged in, but they don't do anything valuable, right? Channel points and stuff. I don't know what the fuck any of it. Do you guys ever even heard of Trovo? I don't know what the fuck that is, but there's so much Trovo functionality built into this. But yeah, if you go to like north side, right? You're the one that asked. Right click on it. Okay. Oh, why does that happen? I guess you just got random gorped. I don't know why there's a random gorp button for you. You click on user info and then it pops up. It's got a little super low def version of your thing, and it's username, roles, user, account age right here, watch time, follow age. I think this is really subscription time, right? How long you've been a subscriber, and then other things will tell you differently, because like this is on YouTube, and then when I have Twitch up, it looks different, and then from there I can go to mod promotion. I think mod promotion only works in here though, in Twitch. This opens your channel page, which I won't click on you. This edits the user, so I can change all your stuff and give you like different things and blah blah blah. But this wipes you out. That's purge, so it clears you out for this year or for this time. And then this is a 1 minute and a 5 minute timeout. I think these have dubious connectivity to YouTube. Sometimes it does it on YouTube, and sometimes it doesn't. The purge clears you out of this, over here, my actual chat that's on the left side that's green. And then this is a ban. The ban does work, but I don't use it very often. And that's one of like 17 different fucking things. The abyss is staring back at me. Trovo is Russian? Oh, okay. What's the biohazard symbol mean? Oh, those two symbols. I'm not bringing it all the way back up because I just got this back in place. Yeah, those are wardings. So in the middle, primary is the rank thing. Then to the left of that is currency, which is like a programmable deal. I could program it in so it would show me how much you guys have donated. And I think I can look that up. It just doesn't pop up on that card. But like your lifetime donations are stored somewhere inside of the Mix It Up database. And then that biohazard is for warns, moderator strikes. So we tried to do that for a little bit. It actually killed everybody. Pop, 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 real quick. If I was running a bigger operation, my mods could give you guys strikes that last for whatever. Basically, anytime you get a moderator action of X type, it'll give you a thing. But my mods would have to download, Mix It Up, and connect it. And it's a whole... I'm not having anyone do that or trying to deal with it on my own side. But basically, they could give you strikes in the Mix It Up program so that instead of someone telling you to shut the fuck up or whatever the fuck, and then you ignore it or whatever, and we don't know, it would give you that strike. And so we could see that. And the strikes... you can program them to decrease at a certain rate. So like the strikes will go away over the course of like a day or a month or whatever, depending on like how intense they are and how many strikes. And then there's like enforcement actions for the strikes. So like you get one, you get timed out for like 5 minutes type deal, or you can get one and it just gives you a strike, makes a note on a page. It's all Python. It's completely programmable. Or you can have it so that, you get 2 strikes and it's like a 1-day suspension. 3 strikes, a permaban. 5 strikes, a permaban, and then different actions underneath that, all the way through to a bunch of different stuff. You could even program it to get rid of your strikes and your moderator actions if you donated. It's like you could turn the whole fucking stream into chaos. Like literally. I mean, just you guys have a taste of it with just being able to do the Gorpo thing, which I don't have on stream normally when I'm talking, but I don't know, I could probably add it. So Mix It Up controls your YouTube. Its worst functionality controls connects to YouTube. But yeah, it's connected to the YouTube API. The YouTube API just fucking sucks. If we were using Twitch, you would never be able to tell, and you would have all the Twitch emotes and stuff on the side, which is one of the reasons I've been considering switching back to Twitch. I don't know. YouTube's live. I'm giving it until October. YouTube's kind of promising some live stream updates, but like, heavily into super chat. Just show me I've been watching for 2 years. Okay, give me a second. 303 hours and 24 minutes. Follow age 6 months, 17 days. I think yeah, because you're a subscriber. Fuck. What the fuck was I talking about? But it's a free program. It doesn't cost. It's open source. You can donate to it and program it up and all sorts of shit. But yeah, there's a 6 strikes as a report to the Florida AG. Jesus Christ. There's all kinds of stuff you could program into it. It's programming, so it takes a lot of time, right? Every time I've tried to do anything, add anything to this stream, it just sucks a day away. Like a day is gone. Just adding the little gorps, right? The little gorpos from like the intro and stuff. You know, and we're over here and I just do the like, you know, fucking gorpo. Just adding these little dudes took so fucking long for me to do. They're cool as shit, but it just took forever. There we go. So dead ass. Super chat at $5. Just wanted to say I enjoyed your work. Thank you very much. I'm gonna get some more of that out here shortly. All the way distracted. Okay, so this is my last segment for the day. We're gonna be going a little bit past 5 o'clock because I started at 2. Add pop-up bungle. What? Dang, Tyler, how could you swat a fellow streamer? Yeah. I think they're talking about what is that? Who the fuck was saying they got swatted? Oh yeah, it was Kraut. Remember that's from like last week. Kraut was saying he got swatted, and Willie Mack was saying that that Kraut got swatted by Bad Empanada. Because Kraut was saying like he hacked him or some shit, or trying to infer that. And so Bad Empanada used the fucking Austrian system to report him for that bullshit. And so everybody's saying like, oh, he got swatted. That's not what swatting is. If I was just like, if I started calling up the fucking, you know, somehow, whatever the fuck you'd have to do it, calling up the fucking Miami-Dade emergency number using, you have to use like a VPN. I don't even know how the fuck you do that these days. Because you can't, it's impossible to call 911 without using like, I think illegal technology outside of your immediate area, right? Don't quote me 100% on that, but definitely operate underneath that's the fact. Because 911 is like a slaved number to the area that you're in, right? Sorry if that felt like a weird way to phrase that, but it's stuck permanently to your area code. So if you want to if you call 911, it always it pings the closest tower, right? And then you get connected to that 911 service, obviously, because you don't want people having to try to figure out how to call 911 in a different county if they have they're in their car or something. So to SWAT people, you have to be able to call 911 to an emergency number that you're not connected to, which I'm like 100% sure is actually a violation of federal communications law. Like, you can't do stuff like that. I know it sounds like, why not? Well, trust me, because you don't want people accidentally calling the wrong 911 line to fill it up. And so there's nothing that you need to do as a private citizen to affect that system. So anything you do as a private citizen to affect that system is very possibly deleterious to the point where they would consider some sort of legal action against you. Doesn't mean it's like a felony offense, but still a misdemeanor for fucking calling the cops the wrong ways. Deserved, in my opinion. Lore Lodge. What the fuck? Why did somebody just randomly say Lord Lodge? Yeah, Papa Bungle was making a joke. That's what I was pretty sure. Some Twitch guys have wildly complicated setups. Some have live GPS map tracking for cycling trips, crazy multicam audio like the guys over at LRR. Yes. Why are people saying Lore Lodge? Was that what that meant? How many streets are called Main Street? That sounds like a disaster. That's actually a real thing. Dispatchers, I covered a dispatch station opening up in Charleston like right after I moved there. And it was actually pretty eye-opening to how like difficult their job is, because if you've never seen how cities are built, I know this is a fucking derivation, I'm supposed to stay focused, but you'll have like a main street, right? But the main street was founded and called Main Street in like 1920. And in 1920, Main Street was 1 mile long and went from 1 street to 10th Street, which travel vertically, okay? And then you have 100 years plus of history happen in the interim. So like in 1950, Main Street gets bifurcated, right, into East Main Street and West Main Street because they put in a highway. The highway system ends up getting taken out 30 years later and replaced with a park. But you still have a bifurcated system that you can't get from East Main Street to West Main Street right on 5 Street. In addition to that, in that interim, at the 7th Street intersection with Main Street, from 7th Street to 8th Street, there was a elimination of typical road traffic because they had to adjust the patterns and make the next street over much larger, so they actually push into Main Street with buildings that weren't even there. And so Main Street actually drops down into Main Street Alley. And so there's actually Main Street, which people say they live on Main Street. This is like a real thing that happens, even though this is a fake. From 1 to 5 now, just to remind you, you have Main Street East. Then from 5 to 7, you have Main Street West. And then from 7 to 8, you actually have Main Street Alley, which can't be driven on by cars because it's got pollards in it. And then from 8th Street to 10th Street, you actually still have Main Street East, which is called Main Street East, but because it's been repaved and connected to Fullard Avenue or something like that, which connects to the very end of it, although it didn't usually go there at 10, it turns into Fullard at 10, and so they call that New Main Street if you're talking on the street. So where do you live? Do you live on Main Street? Yeah, I live on Main Street. What part of Main Street? I live Main Street Alley. Or I live Main Street Alley side is how you'll hear somebody say that. Like, oh, yeah, that's a house 2 down on Main Street Alley side. What about that one? Oh, no. He lives on New Main Street on the other side of the pollards. Okay, well, what about this one? Okay, that's East Main Street, where the roads are bad. Like, oh, okay, right? Yeah, okay. So how do you get from East Main Street to Main Street Alley? And the guy goes, you don't. Everyone laughs, and then they start giving you a fucking roadmap that looks like fucking half of a fallen down Jenga game to get what's actually just a quarter mile away, but because the way that the fucking roads have been rebuilt, that's what it looks like. And dispatchers will hear people say like, I'm on Main Street, and they're like, what block? And you're like, what do you mean block? By the way, if anyone asks you what block you're on, look at the house numbers and take the last 2 numbers off. Okay? If you're in a street that has only goes up to like 10s and stuff, just say what house number you're next to, or you say you're in the 10 block. The block is the hundreds. Take off the last 2 numbers. So if you're in the 110th block, all right, then the numbers will go 110 something something, okay? Or 110th, 110 something something. So if you're in the 1100 block, it'll be 1111 1132 1158. If you're in the 1200 block, 12XX. Okay, that's how you tell blocks if you're from outside the city. All right. If you're from inside the city and someone tells you to go a mile in the country, they just mean the next intersection. Tyler, don't forget city amalgamations where 2 cities merge and have to go completely main streets. Also true. Who is talking about Lore Lodge? This is what I'm most confused by. Someone just randomly said Lore Lodge. Okay, I have no idea why the hell you guys brought that shit up. Bandito's the last one, 3 hours. You've been watching today. Say Russian or Roman roads did that? Yeah, we borrowed it. Usually, if you actually want to know how most roads work, if you start paying attention to maps, you'll see roads are usually constructed in clusters called neighborhoods. Yes. So a neighborhood is a cluster of roads. That's all you have to think about it. I mean, it'll have personality and stuff, but when you're trying to look at a map, a neighborhood is a cluster of roads. That's what it is. The roads usually go 2 directions. Now, we call those directions north, south, east, west, right? But they'll have a perpendicular construction, and then they'll break that rule. But usually, it's north to south, east to west, okay? If it's long enough, you'll start seeing intersections that look like this more and more because they're accounting for the curvature of the earth with weird fucking geometry shit. Don't worry about it. But a neighborhood will have a cluster. If you want to know if you are in or out of a neighborhood, if the cluster's naming convention changes, you've probably left that neighborhood. So if you go to one neighborhood, you'll notice that the east to west, all the east to west roads are numbers, and all the north to south roads are trees. If you're in a fucking place where the north to south roads or whatever, one half is trees and then the other half is numbers, you're probably in a really dangerous neighborhood. Eventually, yeah, you can double check if there's a Martin Luther King that'll run through the middle of it. That's usually, it's changed a lot of the main streets to Martin Luther King Boulevard in black neighborhoods. Some of them you'll find a Malcolm X. Some of them you'll find Huey Long. Rarity. But usually there's somebody that always wants to hooty hoo when they're like, we're going to rename the main street in honor of some person. I think because there's a organization going around giving out money very similar to like the Daughters of the Confederacy, but also completely opposite, basically to like maintain black heritage landmarks and stuff. They're like, hey, we'll give you $10,000 to fix up a road and name it after a civil rights actor or a civil rights icon. So if you ever wonder like why is that all there, it's because like somebody got some like $10,000 worth of free road money. That's why. Which is something you could do. You could be like, hey, we're the benevolent organization of like super leftists. Like, what do you do? Like, we'll fix one road in your town. We just want to rename it Mark's Alley. Like, what? Yeah. When you see that naming convention change, that means you're probably in a different neighborhood. Which how you can tell. If you're like someone's like, hey, what neighborhood are you from? Like, whatever. I'm from I don't know, Grape and Straight, right? Like, okay, that sounded too weird. Okay, I'm from Lemon. Say one's all fruits, right? Fruits one way, and then the next way is directions or geometrical shapes you'll see. So it'll be like straight street, diagonal street, curve street, whatever the fuck. They'll name stuff crazy stuff. If you think that's like impossible, trust me. Start looking at some city maps and you'll be like, where did you grow up? Like, I grew up on Circle Street. Is it a circle? No, it's straight. It's right next to Straight Street, which curves, and it's a few away because there was somebody at fucking GIS that thought they were clever. Al Sacalawea, where I was in Iraq, our impromptu naming conventions were fish in one of the directions. It's like one of the most dangerous fucking streets in our operating area happened to be Flounder. So like your heart would race if you heard something was happening on Flounder. Like, what the fuck? It's weird, but that's how it is. But yeah, you'll know someone like, where are you from? I'm from like, Groshen and 23rd. All right. Well, I know that you're from this neighborhood. Oh yeah. Where are you from? Like, oh, I'm from, Blue and Roosevelt. Cause it's like presidents and colors. Oh yeah. I'm from, Yellow and Lincoln or whatever the fuck. And then you'll know like, oh, that's that neighborhood. That neighborhood's got tree fucking names in it. That neighborhood's all fucking numbers and shit. Right. On Pyrus and Crips all got along. They probably got me down by the end of the song. Seem like the whole city go against me. Every time I'm in the street, they say, yeah, 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 yeah. Can't sing the next words. Pearls were clutched by certain members of my audience right there. Please, God, don't let him do it. Okay. We got a Will Smith Street in Philly. Oh my God. The sketchiest MLK I've ever lived near. probably Cincinnati. Cincinnati's MLK is a rough fucking MLK, or at least it was when I was in school. Because I had to fuck around on MLK to get down into OTR. I think we got like 5 or 6 MLKs actually in Cincinnati. Oh my gosh. The one here is like really small in Lexington. I think the MLK in Louisville is pretty big. Almost, old man. Okay. I know, guys. All right, I wanted to cover this because it's weird and it's kind of up my alley. I've got to get back more into fiction stuff. Is the other reason I got to stop with the fucking drama content. Because, dude, I'm missing some good things over in fiction. How do I even say this? I don't know. I'll give a shout out to the person that made the video. Taylor Rose is a creator on the internet. I don't know their pronouns. Seems to be a lady, but never guess. Taylor Rose is a creator, and they covered Sinners and Stardust, a dark romance book convention, seemed to break the trend of bad cons plaguing the book community this year. When people started going home, however, the floodgates opened. Multiple authors and their staff were assaulted, and some attendees were victims of a rogue photobomber. Okay, so I don't know anything about this. With due respect, I don't see. I'm just gonna say she, or her, she, her. Taylor Rose is wearing Dead Domain glasses, so this might actually pop off. I don't know. There's a big conversation to be entered into and had relative to lady smut, which is a pick-me and freak riddled mess on TikTok. It is like impossible to hear about lady smut without it being like, which way, Western man? Which cringe position would you like to take on this? Because we have 6 options for you. I'm like, how the fuck? My overall position on written smut is you have to work to give me a fuck, and it's going to be on a per book basis. That's really what it is. I've read written smut. It doesn't really do it for me. I've never gotten titillated, I believe. Titillated is how you say it. But you know, I've been on vacations and stuff and ran out of my own books and been like, give me that fucking thing to one of my lady cousins and just read, you know, I don't know, dark, what do you call that? Scholastic school thing. I don't know. Dark boarding school fiction, and everybody's a secret angel and a vampire and they've all got to get over it, whatever the fuck. I don't know. But there's like porn in their books, but it's like, it's low level. Like even some of the ladies all here talk about like, no, this is like really nasty. And then I read it and I'm like, you know, before they passed the law, I could just get on Pornhub. You know what I'm saying? And like, if it was describing a Pornhub video and then what's happened in this book is lightweight. But if it's doing it for you and it seems like, and you know, you want to maintain the vibe of feeling like that's very transgressive, that's your thing. And I respect that. Books are nothing compared to actual people fucking, because the people in the books aren't real. I really have to hammer that home to you. So anything that happens in a book that's like untoward, it's like consensual non-consent and bad bondage. Oh my God, everybody in fucking 50 Shades of Grey is abusive. I don't care anywhere near as much because they aren't real. Now, if people are taking lessons from that book and turning it into something else, that is what is to be concerned about. But the presence of bad writing on this earth is usually nothing to write home about aside from making fun of it and talking about why it's bad and how it could be better type stuff. There's a massive contingent of people on TikTok. It started with guys, and then women found out that they could impress those guys by being a little skin out and saying these fucking sluts with their slut books, and these dudes are in the comments like, you tell them, sister, I wish I was married to you. These women with their prostitute books, a guy like me's got no chance against the beast for beauty and the beast but with bat wings. You know what I mean? It's powerful pick-me energy. I know a lot of women, especially because through my wife, you know, and I mean, I know women of a lot of different dispositions that would think that shit's stupid, it's corny, it's very interesting, it's all that they live for. A lot of them are my wife's immediate friends, right? I don't know a single fucking woman in my life that is like, these books are giving women, they're bad for women. Except for on TikTok, you can find them by the score. And they got a lot of guys with wraparound glasses and nondescript baseball hats on, cheering them on, okay? Which is what it is. I'm not saying that this person that's going to talk about this is that, by the way, either. Or that, like, hey, ladies, make your fucking money. It is what it is. I get it. But I want to say, there's definitely a lot of conversation that's going to be happening in this sphere, because that mentality is spreading out to misogynists like Vosh and Papa Gut, who are trying to pretend that these porno books are equivalent to, like, I don't know, like a literal, like, sex abuse rampant porno set, or like they're in any way, shape, or form as demeaning or misogynist as the actual sex trade industry in America and abroad, which is impossible. It's impossible to make that connection. I think even most of the like hardline feminist writers I've even read, it's probably not enough or whatever the fuck, I don't know, I'm not going to quote anyone, would more than likely be like, this is maybe at best not great, but it is in no way, shape, or form as bad as a man paying a woman to have sex with her, filming it, and then men calling her a whore for the rest of her life because of like that one desperate moment. That's what the exploitation in porn is. There cannot be exploitation in written fiction outside of the theoretical. There can be like cultural violations and stuff. There can be sussy shit, but you can't exploit someone in any way, shape, or form to the way that you can in real life, unless you've just exploited them and used it in the book. Do you know what I'm saying? Which makes it nonfiction. It's a crazy connection to make, but people are making it. Also, there are unsafe and unhealthy attitudes towards sex that are being promoted, because this is just a thing that happens in sex positive communities without a core group of non-anonymous individuals to kind of maintain the vibe. Is that sex positivity turns into sex necessity, right? Like, and this is an issue with people that are in the LGBTQ and queer community, but really with any repressed community. So it's a problem with women as much as it's a problem with men. It's a problem with gays as much as it's a problem with straights. It's a problem with trans as much as it's a problem with cis. Is that repression and then expression related to each other will often create an extremity when expression is finally permitted, because the need for robust permissiveness will accidentally also let in stuff that should not be permitted, right? Not necessarily like, oh, hey, well, fucking pedophilia today, but more like unsafe attitudes towards BDSM, unsafe attitudes towards consent, a blurring of the line between what's permissible in fiction versus what's permissible in nonfiction. I feel like what I'm going to hear in this reminds me of anime conventions before the like, hey, look, don't touch, ask before you shoot rules were added for cosplay at conventions. Not like they weren't always good rules, but before they became a cultural standpoint in cosplay, hey, if you want to take a picture, ask, okay? No upskirt stuff. Do not touch people. Characters are characters in the game. People are people in real life. So don't think that you have a relationship with someone because you dressed up as MC and she dressed up as love interest. That kind of stuff, right? It's a conversation we've had before. I want to see where this is going. This is kind of interesting. Book conventions also were a thing that I went to and will start going again to once it's time to start drumming up the release of the next novel. So, boom. Let's rock and roll. Again, this is... oh, sorry. I guess I have you muted. I didn't mean to have you muted. Again, this is Taylor Rose. And for some reason, I cannot hear this video. Even though it's supposed to be playing. Let me... Oh, why is that muted? Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. Take it away, Taylor.
2025 has not been a good year for bookish events. And unfortunately, Sinners and Stardust really wasn't any different. But this time, it wasn't the convention's fault.
Okay, disclaimer here. I think this may be a content warning. This video contains commentary on publicly available content from social media and or current events. The views and opinions expressed are my own and are intended for information and entertainment purposes only. I'm not a journalist, and this content does not constitute reporting. Please do not use any part of this video to target, harass, or harm any individuals or groups mentioned. Okay.
My name is Taylor Rose, and welcome back to my channel where we talk about everything reading and writing. Today we're talking about Sinners in Stardust, a dark romance book.
Thank you, Jack. Just reminded me of what the fuck the title is. Cosplay is not consent as a movement. That 100% chatter, base chatter, good chatter.
Convention. This convention seems to move around, but the one we're talking about took place August 15th to 17th in Boston, Massachusetts. Just personally going off of their...
Okay. I'm going to tell you guys something about con culture real quick. Thank you. Sorry. Let me hop in here. I'm not a con guy for a lot of other types, but I've been to a bunch of conventions and I bought tables at them. So conventions come in about 3 striations, right? Saying convention makes you think of anything. Usually people that don't go will hear convention and they'll go like, oh, like E3 or Comic-Con. No, motherfucker. No. The vast majority of conventions are 1 to 2 ballroom, maybe 20 to 50 tables tops with a few side rooms. And they can vary wildly. I've been to good ones and bad ones. A convention existing at all does not mean it's going to be a good convention. And a convention not being big doesn't mean it's going to be bad. One of the things you should always watch out for are roaming conventions. Roaming conventions have deep sus energy to them. It's not to say that these people are bad because they have a roaming convention, or all roaming conventions are bad, but they tend to be organized underneath some sort of umbrella, and they tend to have a sort of secondary purpose. So, Horror Hound is a roaming convention. It's one of the biggest conventions out there. I can't remember everywhere it goes, but I know it's in Cincinnati twice a year now. I think it goes up to Cleveland, and I think it maybe comes down to Louisville. It's huge. That is a 600 to 1,200, I think, table convention, and has to happen 2 years because the interest in horror conventions is just that big. And then when you get into books, there's a lot of floating. One of them is called like the literature. I call it the literature circuit or the literary convention circuit, which is actually all put on by like 1 or 2 different companies via like libraries. And what they are is mostly just a advertisement venue for like 10 or 15 authors that are their authors, 1 or 2 authors that are actually famous that they want to get connected to those people and drag people to see their books. And then it's almost impossible for anyone else to get a seat. And you'll actually find that they're very small, like insanely, like 20 to 30 tables, which is like fucking non-existent, and not even all the tables will be sold. An average size convention in America in general runs 50 to 100 tables, maybe up to 200. And that's for horror, that's for lit and all that stuff. And you're like, well, all these conventions I went to are huge. You went to the big one, dipshit. You went to the fucking, the major one. You're not really going to fan conventions. You're going to the like Super Bowl cons, right? Where you'll have like big fucking celebrities and show up. Comic-Con is not replicated outside of the Comic-Con is another fucking roving convention that goes to a bunch of different cities every year. It's mostly an advertisement mechanism for major properties. And then you can buy a chance to put your stuff in front of people by getting a table at those conventions. So what does this mean? A lot of different things. The level of professionalism, convention to convention, changes wildly. There is no organizing body for conventions in a general sense. There is a vibe that's supposed to be followed, but if you hear of a convention, it does not mean that convention is going to be well run or badly run or anything. There's no telling what the fuck's going to happen there unless you talk to other vendors that have been there. Don't even talk to guests. Talk to vendors. Vendors will know. Not people that signed autographs, not people that presented shit, not people that cosplayed, not people that fucking vendors. Because vendors hear fucking everything and they have no loyalty to anything but the vibe of the convention itself because that determines sales. So when someone's like, no, you should definitely go check out like fucking West Virginia Book Festival, like one of the best book conventions that exist. You will unload thousands of dollars possibly of merchandise there. Like, oh yeah, really? Like, what about that? Okay, what about this one over in Huntington? I'm not even gonna say the name of it. No, don't go to that one. They'll sound similar, but they're run by different people. There's the only regulatory bodies that would cover these things are like, God damn it. My eye gets so fucking red. People are like, why is you... I'm pale, okay? So if I touch something, it gets fucking crazy red. My contact's bugging me. But if you go, convention to convention, they can be wildly different. The roving conventions can be very weird because they're usually put on for a reason. So if you see something weird at a roving convention, it's probably going to be at every single one of them, right? I guess I don't want to dog Imaginarium because they're not terrible, but Imaginarium, that's a big time. You got to pay to be there. There's different types too. There's like how much you have to pay to be at the convention if you're just a seller and stuff, and like what the point of it is. And then that's outside of just fiction. You have nonfiction or just like straight industry conventions for stuff like, and my dad, who has worked in food his entire life, has food service conventions that he goes to. Some of them have only food at them. Some of them have like food and kitchen equipment. Sometimes it's only kitchen equipment. Sometimes it's just like distribution equipment. And sometimes it's just sales. It's all sorts of different stuff like that. So just to give you a fucking background on how conventions are in a sense of like existing, they're all the fuck over the place. But ultimately the point is to go and meet people that have a similar interest in you and then peruse shopping areas where people offer like, hey, you can buy this thing from me. And then also to meet people of note in that area, maybe an author or an actor. And finally to see like previews and premieres of content relative to that. So like if it's a book convention, I saw J.D. Vance reading from Hillbilly Elegy 4 years, I think, before he ever ran for office. Okay. So like I saw J.D. Vance literally at the West Virginia Book Festival reading from Hillbilly Elegy to a crowd full of gray hairs who voted him in and then died of COVID probably. So that's what happens. Movie conventions, you'll see previews of movies. Obviously everybody's about Comic-Con. You get to see all the fucking upcoming Marvel shit that's getting farted out in Once Upon a Time, E3, with all the previews for upcoming video games and opportunities to play demos and stuff.
Their social media, they look like a really well-developed convention.
Okay, we got her talking again in a second. Somebody said something. Oh yeah, and any convention run by Jeff Mock is immediately a problem. He got outed for doing a bunch of bad shit during COVID. He runs a lot of steampunk shit now. Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to the true or untrue nature of that, but you'll hear that if you start doing conventions, especially if you want to start doing conventions because you're an artist. If you're an artist, get out. Jesus Christ, do conventions. I'm an artist and I don't know how to catch on. Do conventions, you idiot. Oh my God, but I'm a tattoo artist. Oh my God, do conventions. God. Tattoo artists can make fucking like $8,000 fucking dollars a day at conventions. It's insane. Probably Kill Mickey Mouse will show up here and tell you not to do that or something. I don't know. But like, yeah, if you are any sort of creative and you are not involved in the convention circuit for whatever it is you do, then you don't care about catching on. Okay. And that goes for political conventions too, of which there are many and you should go to them.
People in general seem to have a positive opinion of this convention as well. It seems to be an event that is well run, well organized, and isn't a scam. But unfortunately, this weekend didn't quite go as planned.
Okay, so she knows
Carlton,
how to
who is
grade
a
stuff.
pretty big name in the dark romance scene. She is the author of the Haunting Adeline duology, which...
If you could make that a little bit bigger. H.D. Carlton author. I think one of the saddest parts is a lot more was done and said to him, including someone fucking with his phone. He had it to a few people to take pictures and restricting several authors' accounts on IG, including mine, Santana's and Bryn's, along with literally dragging him around to take pictures and asking him what hotel he's staying in. He lied and said it was the same hotel as the event, but it was not, which is why the AirTag tracking him downtown into his room is terrifying. Oh shit, dude, that's actually fucking psychotic. What she's saying right here, by the way, is that's unacceptable. Restricting several authors' accounts on Instagram, including mine, that's not good. So one of the biggest things is the promotion for you while you're there. It's part of what you pay for when you pay your table fee. If you're an author and you go to a fucking convention and they don't plug you on their Instagram, that's so stupid. Because it's going to reduce people that might be interested in you, who know your name. I mean, I'm not a big name, but people know my name. I don't know what comes after Z in the list, but like I'm somewhere on there. And people will come just to see me because they didn't hear it from me and they happen to look in the newspaper and they're like, what the fuck? I know that guy. I want to go see him at the convention. I mean, they came and talked to me. That's how I know it happened. But if they're not doing promo for you or they're knocking you off, and especially if you're trying to like talk about the event and they start limiting people talking about it, it's a very good indication that there's serious issues. Because a lot of events will be like, okay, we understand there's issues. Like I've been to fucking cons that we didn't get our table return on. Well, actually, we still got our table returned, but not by a lot, right? Like broke a little better than nothing. So, you get books out there, you get your name out there, but you didn't make money, which you're there to make money if you're a vendor. You should always be in the positive at a con. But they come around because, it was like a week Sunday or Saturday. They're like, look, we're really sorry. It's not like we can't like offer you like a refund on your tables, obviously, because we got to pay for this place. But like, we're really, really sorry. We want there to be more people. If you want to say you didn't have a good time, you can. But we're going to try to do this again next year. We're going to try to do better. So if you could not kill us basically on social media, we'll really appreciate it. And then you have some conventions that are like, anybody who leaves before 5 p.m. and closes up, we will not be offering you a invitation to return next year. It's like, okay, well, don't worry. I'm not going to be here, you fucking idiot. There's no one here. What, I got to sit and talk to fucking Diane over there? We've been sitting across from each other for 3 days. We're sick of each other's face. I drank all the Diet Coke in your fucking vending machine. Okay, I'm out.
Personally, that's not to my taste, but she seems to have kind of a cult following in the dark romance community. She posted after returning from the event screenshots from her Instagram, and in this post she explains some pretty terrible things that went down at Sinners and Stardust. All right, y'all, it appears I have to make a post that I'm frankly pretty upset I have to make. This post is for the readers who don't understand consent and boundaries only. A lot of you may know a good friend of mine, Animus, who is also Ethereal Treason. He has attended a signing of mine in the past, and obviously is a music artist. This past weekend, he attended Sinners and Stardust and probably had one of the most heartbreaking experiences. So listen, he's a man, right? But do we think that means it's okay to put your hands all over him without consent? Or to put your hands in his waistband, or down his pants, or touch his personal areas? Do we think it's okay to quite literally back him into a corner and touch all over him to the point that he literally cannot tell how many hands are on him and whose are whose? Do we think it's okay to send him into an actual panic attack because of this? Furthermore, do we think it's okay to interrogate him and insist he detail how he'd kidnap a woman, despite him repeatedly saying he wouldn't, and that, this shit is fiction? Trash talk my books to him and try to get him to join in? And then attempt to follow him when he tries to get away? He had sweat-resistant black paint airbrushed on his chest and was told the only thing that will move it is body oils. Why did this man end the night with almost all of it rubbed off and a handprint smeared?
Yo, that's that's criminal activity. Understand, there is nothing about any book I've ever seen, especially these porno books for these ladies, that would turn a normal person into a pervert who violates consent in space like this. That is those women or individuals doing it because they are fucked up people. This has nothing to do with the convention. I'm telling you right now. Well, maybe something to do with the convention if they didn't do anything about it. But this has nothing to do with the artists or the work. If anyone tries to plug it as that, you're out of your fucking mind. This is those people. Because these kind of people were doing this shit at anime conventions in 2003. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the same people doing it in 2023 and they just moved on to another fandom because it's not ready for them. Some people really do just get into fandoms and they get into content because they've been booted from other fandoms and they want to parasite their way into a place where they can do the shit that they used to do here, right? If you see somebody like Anthony Gramuglia talking about, who is that? What are you supposed to, CD call you're supposed to say that person's name as? It's that same sort of thing. Like they were already an abuser or a trespasser or a fucking pushing way too far type person, and probably were corrected and booted out of other communities. And so they move on to the next thing that lets them start gaining some fucking access to new shit. So it's like, okay, well, My Little Pony's over or whatever. So it's time to move on to Pokemon. And we did Pokemon's over. So now it's time to move on to Steven Universe. And Steven Universe is over. So now it's time to move on to fucking, I don't know what, you know what? With all due respect, the fucking nightmare that's coming down the pipeline, you wanted me to say Vizzy-Pop, but no. You poor fucks in the amazing digital circus, you know it's coming. Especially you people that are old as me looking at that amazing digital circus. It's coming. You're going to have some of the worst fans. Not the worst fan base. You guys are going to have some of the worst fans because there's one... it's going to be just like with a fucking Homestuck people in the goddamn Spade attraction shit. If you don't know about spade and club and diamond and heart attract. Oh my God, you don't even know about cringe. You don't even know. You don't know. People are like, oh, fuck, Homestuck's cringe because people painted themselves gray. Ah! Did you know that Homestuck fandom figured out a way to call people with negative personality attributes that they're attracted to spades? Did you know that happened? Oh, no? Because of the cards. Because of the cards. Bro, you have no idea how deep it goes with Homestuck cringe.
Across his chest. I want y'all to seriously sit with yourselves and your actions and ask yourself if you would be okay with a strange man doing that to you. And if that wasn't bad enough, during the time of this mob, him and another author received a notification that an AirTag was tracking him, which showed it on his person all the way to his hotel room. He knows how AirTags work and that close by ones can trigger notifications, but this was not the case. Also, he got the notification way later because he had no signal at the event and it didn't come through until he got signal again. That is literally sickening, and I'm ill that someone might have planted a tracking device on him. You guys do know that these books are fiction, right? We enjoy these books because they're fiction.
Border.
We do not condone these actions in real life, and while it's okay to act out your fantasies consensually with a trusted adult, it is not okay to ask a complete stranger to do so, or to take it upon yourselves to sexually assault him. I am so incredibly disappointed that he was treated this way. I brought him into this space because I trusted that he would be safe with y'all, and the fact that he wasn't is quite eye-opening, and boy, does this affect my decisions for my own future attendances. Especially because...
Okay, I have to explain this Homestuck shit. Because no one's going to believe me. Homestuck, spade... quadrants, that's what they're called. So in fucking Homestuck, there is this nightmare called quadrants for troll attraction. Jesus Christ, chill. Red romance, black romance. It's all accidental, okay? Conciliatory concupiscence. I don't fucking know what the fuck. Quadrants refer to the type of romance experienced by the webcomics from non-human species, the trolls. This is because, unlike humans, they have 4 different types of romantic experiences. They can be viewed as one giant square that's divided in half vertically and then in. So you have black romance, red rom and black rom. The first is between red and black. Okay, red. Black rom is the opposite, feed of most primarily negative emotions such as rivalry and competition. So you go down. The verticals, romantic, right, and then the other ones are platonic, right. So if you really hate somebody to the point where it takes off your whole life, then you're spades. It's the most normal shit ever. Oh, they hate each other, and it's a constant state of trying to kill their kismesis. It's not true. It's actually more like a rivalry. So just a deep, almost romantic dislike for someone is, they're your spade. So if you were at a convention, which I went to one in 2012, you would see like teenage white kids running around in gray body makeup with little glow in the dark orange horns calling each other spades. Now they would call each other hearts and diamonds. But for some reason the spade one was the most, and like this is a very important part of Homestuck in the last half of it. Crushingly fucking important. Like to the point where the spades and hearts and diamonds would show up on people's eyes or above them like bing to indicate. So if you ever want to see somebody get shocked, their heart shocked silent, just be at a random anime convention in Kentucky 2011 or something. Some kids well, you're just spades for each other. And then you look over and it's 2 white kids in gray makeup and you go, I'm here for the Pikachu. What the fuck is happening? If you've never heard this before, you understand I had to explain this because it is too insane to just reference and walk away from. I'm sorry. Let's go back to this.
Because he was not the only one disrespected at this event by a long shot. So many authors are coming out about people crossing boundaries in a multitude of ways. I've had to have this conversation before about asking my husband gross personal questions, so why are we taking it a step further and assaulting people now? I'm genuinely shocked that as women or women presenting, some of y'all thought it was okay to act this way. And as someone who brought him into this space, I feel responsible for him, and I'm so sad that some of my own readers were a part of this behavior. If this was you, please learn basic respect, boundaries, and how to ask for consent. Treat others the way you would want to be treated by a strange man. And for the love of God, please do not ever come near me in public. And then really tiny, it's the fencing emoji. So she reposted this message from her Instagram to Threads with an additional message. I think one of the saddest parts is a lot more was done and said to him, including someone messing with his phone. He handed it to a few people.
You didn't have to explain this. You could have moved on. I could not ever have just mentioned that and walked away.
To take pictures, and restricting several authors' accounts on Instagram, including mine, Santana's, and Brent's, along with literally dragging him around to take pictures and asking him what hotel he's staying in. He lied and said it was the same hotel as the event, but it was not, which is why the AirTag tracking him downtown into his room was terrifying. That is absolutely insane. Another attendee of the event posted, unfortunately, the actions of some may force me to put a pause to attending future events so that I can prioritize the safety of my assistants. Thank you, HD Carlton, for being our voice. So you can see that this is a picture of Animus, the man who was assaulted, as well as the other author. KL Albayati responded, as someone who's been to conventions and expos since 2007, I'm surprised, but not surprised, that this kind of behavior has made its way into the bookish community. I've heard horror stories of people breaching physical and social boundaries with celebrities and cosplayers simply because they're famous or wearing a certain costume, or think it is somehow not that bad because they're nerds. It's never okay. I mean, this has been a big issue in the cosplay community, especially. Lexi Const responded, I was going to say, unfortunately, this is con behavior and it's gross. KL Albayati responded to her, unfortunately, I think many people believed the bookish community would be better than that because books, in theory, make people empathetic, and because romance in particular is so female-oriented. Easy to forget sometimes that women can easily be predatory and problematic like men. Red Jill 55 added, 8 years ago, I got into it with a bunch of other women in a fan group on Facebook because I dared argue that no one should lick the attractive male author's face during a book signing.
Girl, me too. What? There's no possible way. There's no possible way to make that not weird. They're like, even furries are like, yo, what, like, give me some space. Lick his face. What is it, like a meme from the book? Like, how do you get to that place? Like, fuck, I don't want to lick anybody's face. I have a wife. I still would be like, I have to, like, you know, hey, warning. Be approached. I'm going to give you the old Scooby-Doo. What the fuck? God damn.
I also got ignored for suggesting that women should not go up to a strange man and run their fingers through his hair without permission. This has been a problem for a long time now, almost like people in general don't understand consent. Yeah, apparently not. That is so crazy.
Accurate.
One thing that gets me, though, is that Sinners and Stardust themselves have posted pictures like this one. I'm sure you can guess what's going on. And while I understand...
Taylor, you did not... We're not going to rewind. You did not have that censored the entire time. I know probably in the comments it says that, like, hey, I noticed that that's not censored, but you... When you edited this and cut a little bit more out, you did not include the censor dot over the entirety of that moment. Oh my god!
And that they are both consenting
Can you
adults
get my take on a
who
Megaverse?
presumably,
Absolutely not. Just go
given their
watch
facial
fucking
expressions,
Dead
agreed to this
Domain. Or not
beforehand
Dead
and weren't
Domain.
caught by...
Go watch Strange Aeons if you want to know about a Megaverse. $5. Can we force Smut Book Con and Anime Con goers to a single con?
A surprise.
FurCon exists. What?
There are so many TikToks, if you go look up Sinners and Stardust, of people simulating bedroom activities in public, not even in like a photo area or something. Like, I get it, you want to be funny, whatever. I know I, as a guest, would feel really uncomfortable if I were just walking around what's obviously the hotel lobby and see people doing stuff like this. Another person who was at the convention.
Dude, this is I am being this is so not a unique moment. I knew it was going to be like this, but I swear I'm having fucking flashbacks to furries talking about this shit. Like, going well outside of their own communities to be like, we need to take a stance. I watched a whole video on this actually about the great furry schism between like gooners and non-gooner furries in the 80s. And this, like, it's a war that goes on in the dark streets of fur fandom or whatever the fuck. And like, it is a serious issue that there's like furries who are just fucking perverts. They're just perverts. They have no other identifiable like personality traits than that they're freak sickos that want to walk around in fucking anonymity and do shit. Whereas like, I don't know, other furries just have some sort of unique chemical composition to them that also like respects some of that freak shit, but like also the boundaries. And it caused a massive divide in their communities, like serious. And like, there was like people, I can't remember the whole thing. I'm not gonna get into it. I might cover that at some point, or if I can find it, I'll link it out. But basically, there was a one guy who was like, "No, furry, it's not about all the sex and wearing diapers. It's about the beauty you feel as a fox, a beautiful fox, run around with your hair in the wind, or you're an eagle soaring in the sky. You want to be a cute little mouse man and sit on somebody's foot. It's not about wearing diapers at the Regal Hotel and shitting in the lobby. No, it's not about walking up to random people and asking them to walk you like you're a dog. You can't do that. Oh, you ruined it for everybody. All I wanted to do was dress up as a pelican. I wanted to be Pelican Jim for just one weekend out of the year, and you took it from me." The other side, "Oh, your old ways are gone, old man. These days we shit our pants in the lobbies of hotels and spread rumors of ourselves eating out of dog food bowls. I spread that rumor to Channel 5 News, and then I did it. Oh God, no one wants to see that. Oh God, oh no."
Things happened to her husband. Sinful Shelves says, "Y'all did that shit to Animus, and one of y'all asked my husband to do weird shit in the 5 minutes I was away from him at the ball, which I'm not disclosing for my husband's privacy, and I left halfway through. I can't imagine what else people did that hasn't even been brought up, but I'm so angry. To be clear too, this is not to take away from what happened to Animus. This is to say, y'all showed your asses, and I'm so upset for my husband, for Animus, and for anyone else who endured things they should not have had to endure." A Court of Books and Beasts says this: "My partner went to stand in the corner and let me enjoy dancing with some other people. In that time, 3 women approached him, and one put her hands on him, and that's when he decided to join me again. Sis lucky I didn't see it, or she would have caught these hands." I especially can't imagine going up to someone who isn't even engaging with people. I thought it was a universal sign of leave me alone when you're standing against a wall, not talking to anybody. She adds later, "He was literally carrying my high heels in his hands during this, and yet someone thought it was appropriate to grope his chest. Lucky for her, we did not see her again." And tons of attendees are bringing up things that they saw. Author Lee Rivers says, "Sinners was phenomenal and I loved meeting everyone. However, can we please respect an author's boundaries? I was groped multiple times at the ball. I was dragged away from my friends, and no matter how many times I said no, my words did nothing. As soon as I left, I couldn't stop crying. Please respect boundaries and consent." Read with Han Han said, "I hope whoever was flashing authors and attendees their strap-on at Sinners and Stardust feels extremely embarrassed and uncomfortable right now scrolling threads, because
I wasn't born with the tools to be a flasher like most overweight middle-aged men who dominated the sport, but goddammit, I overcame." You remember that fucking murderous South African guy? He ran real quick on his fucking steel spring legs, right? And everyone was just like, you weren't born with the tools for the job, but you got it done. And he threw all that away so he could shoot his wife to death. I don't know why I'm adding that, but I just am going to. This is that for perverts. I wasn't born with a dick, but goddamn it, I put one on and harmed people with it. Wow. You think in pervert circles they have the same conversation? Or Bill Burr bit. He has spring legs. It's like, Yeah, she was the biggest pervert there, but everybody could be that big of a pervert if they could just get their dick out of a box. If I could just buy a giant purple strap-on, become the biggest pervert at the fucking pervert convention. Like, she was born a lady. She had to overcome a lot. Had to overcome so much to become a mall parking lot flasher. Fuck. I don't know how to react to this. This is the craziest sequence of facts and ideas I've heard in a while.
What the actual F? I hope we get a name so we can all collectively block you. Fantasy
Historious,
Rants
yes.
says, we can talk about Sinners and Stardust and say people have no home training and no boundaries and consent was learned as children. But genuinely, I need you to be more outraged that multiple people were sexually assaulted. Multiple people were sexually assaulted. This is horrifying. It's not a shake your head and gasp moment. A man had a tracker play.
Yeah, like this is how I deal with traumatic. This is actually fucked up. I mean, if you want to just experience this entire video and be like aghast in silence, please. I'm trying to. I'm spoonful of sugaring some of the most shocking things I've ever fucking heard in my life right now.
On him after being groped by multiple people. Authors were kissed and groped by multiple people. My Name is Marines says, if we're going to have the conversation about consent and the sexual harassment that reportedly happened this weekend at Sinners and Stardust, I'd like to draw the line.
Like, unironically, I was thinking about making one of these dark romance books as a like subscriber thing. Because I have like this new mic that I got. It's really good for doing like ASMR typing. I know that because I had it on and I set it down next to the keyboard. It's like, oh, that's very pleasant. And so I thought it'd be funny or like a neat thing to see if I could write one of those fucking porno books on stream without breaking TOS, because they're kind of corny and formulaic, and it would be like a fun exercise. And now I'm like, I get it. You know, you're like, well, I could buy that dress, but I wouldn't want anyone to like try to, assault me if I wore it. And it's like, oh my, is this the like, I would put on makeup because I think I would look good, but I don't want anyone to think I'm a whore. Like I'm feeling as a literal author that I kind of get it. Like, it's not 100%, but like it was very theoretical up until this moment. Like I was just like, oh yeah, I think it could be fun to do this like neat, sexy thing and people would enjoy it. But we would laugh about it. But now it's like, would somebody try to like sexually assault me for writing a porn book? Like, God, I wouldn't want to get anyone the wrong idea. Now I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, all right. Oh, I get, okay. Wow, this is horrible. God damn it, dude.
All the way back to summoning book talk comment sections, harassing hockey players, and recommending spicy books to minors, because so many of these conversations get shut down by the community at large, and the inability to respect boundaries and distinguish fact from fiction is not an expected outcome. So if you're unaware, the summoning book talk comment, obviously, is found pretty much on TikTok. Primarily, it's being used to harass people. For example, with all the hockey romance that has been coming out in the last few years, there would be an attractive hockey player and they'd say summoning book talk, and their comment sections would be flooded with people making really inappropriate comments. Even on posts that include their...
Oh my God, Tyler's achieving empathy over sympathy. I feel like iDubbbz right now. I've become a person. I'm actually shocked. This is like, I know I'm left. This is actually like, I'm shocked. This is how I react when I'm kind of like overloaded a bit.
Their wives and children, which is a choice. We can see in the screenshot that the well-read nurse posted that this woman in particular was probably seen the most out of all the inappropriate behavior. The well-read nurse says, being at a romance book conference is not an excuse to sexually assault people. Showing off sex toys to unsuspecting humans is sexual assault. So you can see
Demon Mama reference.
That the woman in this video has a strap on under
her. Remember when we were talking about Demon Mama a year ago? And people were like, no, showing sex toys to a kid is not that big of a deal. And then it's just like adult women, like from any other world, are all just in vociferous agreement. No, actually just showing off sex toys to people unexpectedly is just an act of sexual assault. Like, thank you. Sometimes you start feeling crazy if you spend too much time in the fucking like online political sphere, because not because of like the politics, but because of the shocking amount of like sex crimes that are happening at any given moment between people. The fuck?
her ball gown and she's opening her ball gown and showing it to people. You can find other videos of her where people were putting it in their mouths. She was poking people with it, taking it out in photos when no one else in the photo was aware of it. So kind of like photobombing people with it. Crazy behavior. Before she deleted her threads and her Instagram, she did post an apology, which people are saying is bullshit. So Jilly Reads,
Did we get a Lolo? We got a Lolo here.
Perpetrator with a strap on, posted her apology. Here to hold myself accountable. I am deeply, deeply sorry from the bottom of my heart to anyone who I made uncomfortable or hurt at the ball.
Damn, it is a Lolo apology. I understand I made people uncomfortable.
I really truly was not thinking clearly, and I was ignorant to the fact that it would hurt some. Something I thought was just harmless fun, where a lot of others did as well, would not be viewed the same as everyone else. It will never happen again. Being human, we make mistakes and we learn from them. I promise this was a teaching moment. It was in no way me trying to be malicious, but I see that it was. I did not mean to be that person in any way, shape, or form, and I hate that I did that to anyone attending the dance. Please forgive me. I cannot say how sorry I am enough. Almost immediately, people started responding. Arissa Lim, 66, said, I'm confused how and why you thought these behaviors would be okay in the first place. Like, it's sexual harassment. I just want to know, what kind of life do you live that you think...
No, I agree. This is the thing. This is where people got like lost out. And like, it's the same as the Lolo apology. You guys noticing the pattern? You're not repeating specific things like that. You have to say like what you did, right? Like, because if you don't, it really does diminish what you did, right? if you're like, I ran over 10 people with the school bus, you can't go like, I understand that I was driving incorrectly. Do you know, you like the vibe? So like, you kind of do have to share what you did and why you did it. And then you got to take your licks. You got to explain yourself. Otherwise, yeah, you just kind of disappear with what you have intact. Because unironically, like there's apologies you can do in this space where people will let you come back. I'm not even fucking kidding you. Like people will get over it, and maybe some of them won't, but people will like let you back. And like if you act right because you learned what you did, people will fucking forgive you for shit. I'm dead fucking serious. Especially like people in the real world, you know what I mean, who are going to be like out and about. They're like, hey, yeah, they were weird. Just keep an eye on them. And then if you're never weird again, they're like, I guess that was like one thing. And they were just fucking really fucked up on that. But the thing is if you're like, oh, I made people uncomfortable, blah, 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 I got to disappear into the night. It's kind of like, okay, I'm sorry, everybody. I'm leaving. Bye. I'm sorry. Oh my God, I can't believe that happened. Bloop. And then you fucking go. It's not like you really are trying to fix things. Do you know what I mean? You're just like, oh, I see that you're upset. Which, yeah, that was the point of me telling you you're a fuck up, was to show you how upset I am. We're at the first stage still. We're at the first moment. To get to like, I know you know why I'm upset with you is a whole different exercise. And you gotta either stick with it and get into it, or you do the bailout. Or you full Darvo. Which at least they didn't do that. And I think some people are just so like the society's in such a twist up now, especially online, that people think just not Darvoing people when you get in trouble is like, that's like, oh, but I did everything that I needed to, right? Like I didn't like deny, accuse, reverse victim, offender. Like I didn't fully try to gaslight people into thinking that I was correct. So I'm really meeting you halfway here. Oh my God.
It's appropriate to whip out sex toys in public. I would hope that everyone knows that that's unacceptable. Love Like Whiskey points out, okay, so we already have one admission from one of the women who harassed multiple guests. Apparently she was wearing a strap on and pulled her dress up to flash others, while pictures of their reactions were taken without their consent. She also happened to be a volunteer for the event. Event volunteers are supposed to be responsible for making people feel safe and fun. They're not supposed to be responsible for sexually harassing people. I don't even have words. And yeah, I would expect that, you know, at minimum, the volunteers should have been instructed to report any questionable behavior they saw. I can understand not confronting it yourself if you're uncomfortable, but going to report it to one of the people running the event or security or something. Jenna Louise Skinner, author, asks, have the organizers of Sinners and Stardust said anything about all of this yet? I realize they're not responsible for the bad behavior of attendees, but they should at least address it. And Lexi Reads Dark's book posts screenshots from Sinners and Stardust's Instagram. I will say I have seen some complaints that this apology is not very accessible, and I do agree this text is really hard to read. I'm not sure if you can see it at this size, but full size, you can tell that
I
it has
cannot see
like
it.
two shadows, a red shadow and a black shadow, like veering off on opposite sides, which gives it, in my opinion, kind of an optical illusion type feel. But the convention's apology says the following. We are endlessly grateful to every single one of you who joined us for Sinners and Stardust, those who respected the heart of this community by asking for consent and honoring personal space. Our mission with Sinners and Stardust has always been to create something rare, a space where the dark romance community can feel safe, celebrated, and free to share their love of the stories that move us most. We need to be absolutely clear. Safety, security, and consent are not just values, they're non-negotiable. No is a complete sentence. Our authors, narrators, vendors, influencers, artists, and special guests are not just names on a book cover or faces on your screen. They are people. Human beings who deserve the same dignity, safety, and respect as every attendee. They give their time, talent, and energy to this community. And in return, we expect every single person in attendance to treat them with the respect they deserve. Moving forward, the following changes will be in place at all Sinners and Stardust events. Masks. Attendees are no longer allowed to wear full masks to any part of our event. No exceptions. And then they list an exception.
Medical masks for health and safety reasons are permitted.
Medical masks for health and safety are permitted. Entertainment. Entertainment will continue, but roaming interactive entertainers will no longer be a part of the ball. And I really agree with this. You can see a lot of TikTok videos where there was a guy dressed as Pyramid Head going around. There was another guy dressed as a Duskwalker, which is from the Duskwalker Brides series by Opal Rain. Like, I saw several.
Okay, that's fine as a cosplayer, but why is he an entertainer? What does that mean? Do they mean like a sex worker type entertainer, like for stripping and stuff? Because that's otherwise a cosplayer's not an entertainer. I don't think it's maybe necessarily that you can't have masks on at the convention. I think that it should be like in certain areas. You can usually do that. Always look to the cosplay community. If you want to do anything with dress up, the cosplay community knows. You can definitely have masks at a convention, and you can definitely have them on the floor. It's really about how you make sure people conduct themselves while they're wearing the masks. Because trust me, otherwise horror conventions would literally not work because everybody's wearing their fucking, authentic 1971 fucking Michael Y, whatever the fuck, But yeah, the entertainment, if there's a blurred line between who is and isn't, maybe I don't know, I'll let her
videos of people like rubbing on his body. Obviously there's no evidence in the video whether or not he was asked for consent. I'm hoping he was. I think it just puts them at risk not to be in a specific photo area with volunteers monitoring the situation.
Yes.
So their message continues.
Yeah. You shouldn't create a situation where there's a blurred line between what is and isn't appropriate too, right? So if there's somebody who's like, I'm here to get photographed and I'm selling photographs of myself with people, then you kind of have them ready and then you walk them to in front of the photograph area, so that they're not getting photographed when they're not supposed to be. Do you know what I mean? I know that sounds crazy, but sometimes child stars or something will come out, or people that are a little bit crowd shy, because it's oh, hey, I want to get my picture taken with the little demon kid, whatever, from this movie that came out 10 years ago. And it's okay, he's 17 now, but whatever. And he's, hi everybody, I'm the creep, but you don't want that kid getting fucking glomped on and shit, and child actors is their own whole thing. And then just for anyone else, a professional lady, who are you? She was, girl 3 in this movie that everyone fucking loves for some reason at this convention. And she's just here because people really want her to be here, but it's not necessarily her scene, but she does want to come in and be nice to the fans. She's going to take her pictures for 2 hours and go. You kind of take her in, put her in the photo area, have everybody ready for the line. She's walking and you can shoot, but you wouldn't want to have any sort of messed up situation where she can kind of get dragged in and be uncomfortable. Hey, I know you guys want to do photos and stuff, but I can't, I have shit to do. I've already got my 3 hours for the day. I'm sort of paid to be here. I'm not here just for as a volunteer. So if you're not respecting my money and my time, then you're not really respecting me, which is a fair trade-off to make. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely a thing. And if you have people who are I don't know, I wouldn't have any paid sex workers at a convention. I wouldn't have paid sex workers at a sex worker convention, because I wouldn't want people getting the wrong idea, and you would not want to conflate whether or not those people are also the people that are on the floor, especially if there's some sort of costumery involved. That would be not good. Do you know what I mean? Not good.
Safety for our guests. Authors, narrators, vendors, their assistants, art influencers, and special guests will now have a secure, dedicated area during the ball with their own security. They may move freely between areas, but all attendees are not permitted in their area under any circumstances. If an attendee is caught trying to go into their secured space, they will be immediately removed and banned from future.
Yeah, that's something you shouldn't even have to say. Every event with celebrities or special guests like that has green rooms for this. That's called a green room. There's a green. That's the green room. Okay. Talent goes to the green room or the VIP special area or whatever, the blue room, however you want to call it, guest VIP meet. That is all. That's so established. That is such an established thing that you had to have not studied any other conventions to have to be correcting that. That's actually crazy. Because like a good example at horror conventions, Robert Englund has been doing horror conventions probably long as anyone that's been doing them. Robert Englund is the star of almost every single Freddy Krueger Nightmare on Elm Street movie and side property. He wears a glove with knives on the hand. People for the last several decades have been making their own gloves with knife hands. All right. So there is in every single time, and you see him everywhere. Robert Englund's great with the fans. He's a great guy. Everything I've ever heard about him is positive. Of course, probably somebody will respond now he's a dick. Maybe you're the guy. Every single place I go where you see his photo, there's a big note that says you are not permitted to come anywhere in the vicinity of him with a knife hand if the knife hand isn't wrapped up to these specifications. Styrofoam on the fingers, fully wrapped up and off of your hand. If you want to have it on your hand, there's a person who will unwrap it for you, place it on your hand, remove it from your hand, rewrap it for you, and then give it back to you. After the photo, your hand cannot, with the knives, touch Robert Englund. Now, some people are like, well, I really wanted to do the Freddy thing to him with my live knife replica knife glove. And it's like, no. Also, like, if Robert Englund's there, he's in his 70s, 80s now, whatever. He's an older man, and he's also like a guy who has a lot of fans, and it's impossible for him to think when he's on the floor. When he starts walking out, it's everybody's on top of him, and they know that. So every convention, I guarantee you that's worth its salt, has a thing, and it's probably a contract writer. Hey, you have a green room for me. The green room has access that is independent access from the main floor. You have to have a parking lot near the place where I can get to and from my car to the green room. And people will hear that shit and like, oh, you're such a prima donna. It's like, dude, the people will feel unsafe if they can't be safe. Is what it is. And Robert Englund fans have a penchant for fucking wearing knife hand gloves. He loves them. They made his whole life, his entire career, his literal life's work is that fucking glove with the knives on it. But it's a dangerous thing to have near your fucking throat. And so there's rules. And like any person that's done conventions or been anywhere near celebrity appearance type things will know that that's the case, and you have to do it. And you should be providing it for people that aren't even big celebrities. Anybody that needs those things, like if you have someone that has to come and get naked to get like fully undressed to get in their costume for something, right? Say like, I'll just make up one. You have a girl who's a legendary Cortana cosplayer, but she does not wear her Cortana cosplay because it's very delicate and she doesn't want to be seen on the streets wearing a blue jumpsuit. So she has to be able to get naked and work on her body in the nude with a mirror in privacy to do the cosplay at your place, right? And you're asking her to be there. You have to provide her every single respect to her being able to get naked and get dressed and be completely free of having cameras or people around her or the possibility of someone going like, oh, I just accidentally happened to open the door kind of deal. And those cosplayers will have those riders in their contract, or they'll even have cosplay clubs and committees where they're like, yeah, we don't do the fucking multiple people in the goddamn dressing room shit because they're a bunch of girls and they've all seen it before. We have independent, at least slots by their mirrors for people to put a curtain in between themselves and other people when they're nude. Da-da-da-da-da. All of this stuff is like decades old, dude. Decades old, to the point where usually if you hear any, like I'm talking about this, if you hear any caveat to this, people will immediately get suspicious and they'll be like, I don't know if I can do that convention. That does not sound safe. That's not great. That's not wonderful. I'm gonna keep going. And the talent often usually has literal handlers to help them with things, or they have their own assistants if they're local. Yeah, local. Yes.
Events. Smaller, safer events. We are decreasing the number of tickets available to ensure a more comfortable,
That's a
safe,
good
and
question.
respectful
I'm so
experience.
sorry for interrupting you again, Taylor. I imagine a bunch of people in hockey masks with giant machetes and horror conventions. Yes, and it's fine because the rules are established well ahead. It's called like pink ribbon or red ribbon rules, right? And it's a weapons at conventions thing. So some people will bring in weapons to sell or to buy. So you can buy replica machetes or like a finger glove that will actually cut stuff, because sometimes it's actually like, oh no, this is a cutting prop. It's a prop for cutting stuff. So we want you to be able to cut shit with this, not people, not us, not yourself. And so you'll have people who are allowed to sell weapons at conventions, and you can buy it and you get a ticket to pick it up at the end of the day, or it will be mailed to your house or whatever. There's other ones where the conventions will confirm the weapon is floor ready, and they'll have rules for it. And they're very, very, very intense. They'll come up, they'll say there's a rigidity level. So you can only have things that are underneath a certain rigidity level. So it's like, okay, it's blunt, but you still just can't have like a literal broomstick on the floor, because you could poke someone or you could drop it on somebody. They'll have weight limitations. They'll have sharps limitations. They'll have moving parts, pinch parts limitations. They'll have materials limitations. They'll have substance limitations. And they can be very liberal in them depending on the kind of convention and the kind of moment that you're going to be displaying your cosplay or your cosplay weapon, because they want you to be able to be, Yuna from Final Fantasy VII and have your like stick and have your little ribbon trail that floats around it so it looks like you're summoning the faith type deal, and you can do your little dance on stage. You just can't do that while you're on the floor. And they'll say like, okay, this is pink ribbon. Okay, so you're good to have this, but you can't have those on it. If you take those off, we'll pink ribbon you. And then you can either take those back to your room or your car or whatever, and we'll wait for you. And when you get back, we'll let you skip up here because we looked at you. And then once we've made sure that you're not going to put those back on, we'll give you a pink ribbon so everyone on the floor knows it's on there, and then you're good. And for like, I remember when those started, people would be like, oh, whatever. And then everyone thought it was okay, because everyone's like, no, I guess actually the guy who's built like Cloud probably shouldn't be carrying a full steel replica Buster Sword that weighs 175 pounds and could also cut through paper if it's dropped on it. Like, everyone's like, no, it's actually okay. So no, that's a good question, and it has an answer at a good convention. That convention will be completely explicit about what is and isn't okay.
For everyone. These rules are not suggestions, they are expectations. Violations, including harassment, non-consensual touching, photos taken without permission, invasive questions, or any behavior that makes others feel unsafe, will result in immediate removal and a permanent ban from all future Sinners in Stardust hosted events. These events thrive because of passion, creativity, and community. But community cannot exist without respect. Every single attendee has a responsibility to uphold these standards. To anyone affected this weekend negatively, from the bottom of our hearts, we are truly sorry and will work harder to gain your trust back as a safe and inclusive event. To everyone who respected boundaries and helped us uphold the spirit of this community, we're truly grateful. Your care makes all the difference, and we can't wait to welcome you at future events. All of our love, Jen, Bethany, Joy, and Red. Mikachu Reads kind of says what I'm thinking. Wait, so we finally got a book con that was run smoothly and successfully, but this time it's the readers that decided to ruin it for authors? Yep. Miss Nikki01 says, this is the main reason I don't go to cons as either a reader or an author. I have an author friend who doesn't make con appearances anymore because he was constantly being groped and his boundaries violated. A lot of cover models and narrators I've talked to have said the same thing, male and female. Do better, people. And this reminds me a lot of people cosplaying as anime characters who...
Another thing you'll see at conventions where they will have, you can touch the people. You can touch the people. You can touch the people in like semi-intimate places or whatever the fuck, because you want to replicate a thing. And they'll actually have a body with red, blue. All of this is so figured out. It's crazy. Where it's like, okay, obviously you're not going to touch this female cosplayer's breasts, but you want to take a picture with her. Someone like Jessica Negroni, right? And they'll have off, so it's not embarrassing to everybody. Like, hey, you don't have to hover hand. Okay, you can touch her shoulder. You can touch your forearm to the back of her trap, her trap muscle right there. Give yourself 2 inches between yourself and like, I'm not saying this is actually how, I don't know what like Jessica Nagiri, I said Negroni, Jessica Nagiri, but give yourself 2 inches between her. Okay. And we're just going to go ahead, and this is hand sanitizer for you to just wipe off your hands and your forearm, just in case you have like any sort of, lotion on you or anything. Wink, wink. And like they'll have that so that you can take like a non-awkward. The people will coordinate intimacy with other people to make sure that you know limits, but also so that you don't have to be like, oh, well, I'm going to show my appreciation for this person by standing with my hands in my pockets and my face looking at the ground. They're like, no, you can give her a hug. She's here to hug people because she is here to hug people. And she said that. And she said it's okay if you follow these rules. And then you can give her one hug for like 10 seconds, photo, and hit the road. And they'll have that as well. But like my main point to bring this up, it's not like it's just a jumping off from what she's saying here. That is so established for things that it's crazy that someone put together a convention and did all of the work to get it organized and bought. They advertised for it and they got people there and they took money and they set up payment processors and probably their tax issue haven setups, the tax nexus setups and all that. And then somehow just didn't know any of these fundamental crowd control and talent care things is like actually nuts. Like that's really not even a buried lead here. It's just for anybody that's done conventions or been a part of them, like how almost beyond the pale that this is 2025 this happened. This is not like a flashback. How like improper this is to have to say. It's weird. It's like, I don't know. Like if you went to a baseball game and they're like, yeah, we're going to have to say next time no one shoot pistols into the lower parts of the baseball field. Guns do kill and we're aware of that. And we'll make sure that no one on the field shoots guns into like the lower levels of the stands. Like, what do you mean? I thought we already figured that one out. Like, that's so, it's good you're apologizing, but it's crazy you have to apologize. Like, is where my general
reaction.
reaction.
May have had a scene with even vague innuendo, and people will come up and be like, reenact that scene for me, which I think is wildly inappropriate. So a lot of people are calling for the perpetrators to be named. Rebecca Thorne's Writes says, this Sinners and Stardust BS is incredibly eye-opening, but even worse is that so many authors aren't even surprised by it. The moment social media gave authors direct connection to their readers was the moment these boundaries began to blur. It's now expected that authors have to write a good book, but also engage with readers, answer questions, respond to DMs, make videos, etc., etc. This can be wonderful, but it's also god-awful. As a flight attendant, I know how a service job takes pieces of me and how necessary it is to rebuild myself between every trip. But here's the kicker. I can't take my flight attendant work home with me. As an author, I'm always on. Always. Even at home, I get emails from my publisher, my editors, my agent, my author friends, booksellers, librarians, readers. My DMs are always filled with people who want to chat. I thought I could keep up, but I'm falling fast. Social media has brought out some of the best in us, and some of the worst. I have so many wonderful readers. I also have had to navigate parasocial relationships for the first time in my life. There's nothing quite so eerie as watching someone act like you're their best friend, even though we don't know each other. Not really. That's why this is so unsettling to me. It's horrific what happened, but it doesn't surprise me. If this shitty thing had to happen, I hope that it at least opens up a discussion about what authors are obligated to do for readers, because in the past, it was, write a good book. Now, I'm not so sure. And she has some good points. Social media does really blur the boundaries between work and home life. For a lot of people in...
Yeah, Adorabelle makes this thing. This is the issue with not recognizing that women can also be predators and not just to children. It's always played as a joke instead of the sexual assault it is. It's very much like a comical thing. And it is the case. I mean, it's a little... She didn't read it, which shout out Taylor Rose for not reading it, but there was a bit of a misandrist comment up here where someone was like, yeah, why are women acting like men? And it's like, I know, I get the sentiment, and I'm not saying that the person's like actually like bad or anything. But the thing is women aren't acting like men. Women are acting like women. And a lot of women don't want to make that introspective leap that just because someone else victimizes people doesn't mean that they can't too. You know what I mean? It's like, obviously, yeah, you guys get the fucking worst side of it as far as like the great diaspora goes. But like there is assault, there is sexual impropriety between women and men. And it does go under an unreported because of still the patriarchy. But like women do benefit from the patriarchy in that way, in that their sex assault against men is often laughed off and treated as not that big of a deal. And it is bad. And it is a big deal. It's just not as big of a deal, as in it's not as representative of the whole as the sexual assault in the other direction goes, because it's just capacity and desire are what permit, right, somebody to do something awful. And men just have more capacity, but not necessarily more desire. And that's my opinion on the thing. But yeah, you've definitely got to name the people that committed literal sex crimes.
Various careers. Rebecca continues, I want to clarify. I've been exceedingly lucky with my readers. They show up at my events and are genuinely the coolest people. But I like to talk about the industry at large, and I've heard the readers who grumble when big name author cuts a signing line short. I know you want your book signed, but that author may literally have not eaten in half a day. They may have a disability or injury that prohibits signing too many books. Or, and this is the biggest one, they may just be tired. Curious to know what other authors think about this. And readers, frankly. Most of you are wonderful, but it's tough to see the undercurrent of
And I'll say even like, I know that you're convincing the other people. It's no, if you do no, when no is a like full sentence, it means kind of generally like, hey, keep your disappointment to yourself a little bit. Maybe whine about it online. But like, yeah, you got it. It's okay for somebody to just be like, dude, I got to break off. Social battery is a thing, okay? If you've never been to a convention, like I'm not even famous and still talk to like a minimum of 250 to 400 individual unique humans in a day. Some of them rattle your ear off. Some of them you have to like, hey man, we're not best friends, but you got to have like powerful oratory abilities to like let people down that like, hey, we bonded, but it's not real. It ends, okay? We're like bar friends. This is done, and it fucking sucks, I guess, because sometimes, dude, I feel like I know you. It's like, I know you do, but that's because I tricked you. I'm mad good at writing, bro. You don't know me at all. Like, that sucks, I guess, It's like, if you don't want to break that mystery, don't fucking go. Don't meet your heroes, that kind of deal. And it's like, if someone's fucking too tired to talk to people, trust me, if they break it off, you're not going to get the best fucking convo either. It's not like they're going to be not tired on you. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, whoa, well, shit, I didn't realize fucking Susan's here. Let's get the band back going on. Come on. I got 2 more hours of energy. You just get worn out, and you're just done. Dude, like, honestly, like, I talk so much in those things that, my fucking mouth gets dry. I get tired, and I'm not even doing, like, readings and shit.
At some of these events. Also, adding on, to anyone who was at this con and experienced SA, I am so sorry. No one should have to go through that. To all the readers who conducted themselves appropriately, thank you. Please don't think we're talking about you. To anyone who ignored consent because they felt entitled to act however they wanted, you are the problem. Ivy King author put out a statement because it was discovered that Jill, the strap-on bandit, was actually her PA. Ivy says, I would just like to be crystal clear. Jill is not my PA and hasn't been for months now, but for some reason she has not updated her bio to reflect that. There are many posts circulating concerning her behavior and actions at Sinners in Stardust. Many of us have turned to books in search of a haven, and we all deserve that safe place. I'm so sorry to everyone who was robbed of that security. Please remember not to blame Sinners in Stardust for the actions of some. And please remember to fact check before making accusations. Posts spread faster than wildfire and misinformation can hurt people. So a lot of the discourse surrounding this is about whether or not dark romance itself is encouraging this behavior. Personally, I think it is just a symptom of large groups of people, right? This kind of stuff happens at pretty much every type of convention ever hosted. And while we like to think that people can be adults, some people cannot, especially when there's alcohol involved. The Literary Bee posted,
oh yeah, if they were drinking, that was the last thing I was thinking of, is there any alcohol? Well, I was a bouncer, right? The guy like throw people out of the bars and shit, and I get groped all the fucking time while I'm letting people out because people just touch your fucking dick. I've just been like, yeah, fucking goddamn it. You can't even see who does it because like 800 people going past and someone's gonna boink. Motherfucker, dude. It doesn't feel good. It's not like a nice thing to like, you don't feel like complimented. It's just like, dude, don't fucking touch me, man. Pain in the ass.
I just read what happened at Sinners in Stardust, and y'all are sick and vile. Some of you have taken reading to such deranged places, it's actually scary, and a huge part of the reason people are asking folks to engage critically with not only what they read, but with the communities they find themselves in. Be aware of it all because it's all connected. There is a line from the "Is it spicy?" under every book rec post to the "Book talk has been summoned" horny comments directed to what happened at SNS.
Okay.
It's entitlement, parasocial, and an inability/refusal to separate fiction from real life and real people. It's weird. Y'all are weird. While I do agree to some extent, I also think that this was kind of a conversation around Violet video games, and unless there's been some update I haven't heard about, it was pretty much determined that it had very little to no impact on the behavior of the people who engage in this content. Melonious Pretty responded, they love to say it's just fiction.
No, I say you can definitely blame the community that's built up around the content because they're just not self-policing enough, and it's always kind of hard. It's like, you don't feel like you're a part of that community. But then, like, you still kind of like hang out and think, I don't know. I see like posts and shit But then, the people that are in it, the people that really need to police it are the creators at the lowest level. The people that are like the reviewers, the small caps, the people that are like the kindling when fucking drama fires start, basically, are the biggest ones to make the change. And you have to do it well before it happens. And it's not like good enough to like, well, I pointed out. It's like, no, you've got to be out there kind of setting a strong foundation. It's the same thing with my like do not defend me rule. There's other rules that I abide by, but I don't really fucking get into it, which is the like I've cut down on creep shit, or not cut down on it. I fucking clamp down on it before it even happens. In my community, I mean, when we had 5 people in here, I was just like, no fucking thirst trap comments. I know I'm attractive. You can make maybe like the slightest bit, but none of this fucking like, oh, I'm so sexually attracted to this guy. Like trying to have conversations with other people in the chat. Like, hey, he's hot. He's fucking this. He's this dude. Like, I fucking let me see your feet type shit. Like, nah, just put a stop to it. Just done. Right. And there's maybe a community that could have that. I'm saying like whatever. There's sex workers out there that have communities that are fucking nightmare fuel. The way that they talk about the people. But when you look at a community like Vosh's, Vosh doesn't put a fucking kibosh on that, and his fucking comment section is disgusting. I hope it's changed by now. From what I understand, just listening to people talk about it a couple days ago, it's not. I mean, target sexually objectifying basically every single person that they talk to, so long as they fall under the it's not really sexual assault if you do it to a cis man. It's really not fucking, sexual harassment if you do it to a Republican or whatever the fuck kind of rules that they go by. And, that permissiveness is what led to stuff like Destiny and like Vosh and like Demon Mama. It's because the communities themselves do not do sufficient self-policing. And the thing is like, if you're like, well, I like this community, but I don't want to get kicked out of it because I try to police it. Well, you might have to get kicked out of the community and start a splinter one. Because if you are like, this is inappropriate and this is gross, and like, no, people shouldn't talk like that. I'm uncomfortable, and you don't say anything, you're permitting it to go on. Right. And if it's like, well, I keep saying something about it, nothing ever changes, and it keeps happening around me, it's like, well, you might want to fucking roll out, because people are going to assume you're part of it, whether that's fair or not. If something fucking happens, and like by that point it's going to be too late. And if you're here watching it go down, what the fuck are you going to do about it?
But never want to actually look at how what we read shapes our thoughts. I'm not saying dark romance is the issue, but pretending it's harmless just because it's fiction is dishonest. If men were out here openly reading pedolit, everyone would be quick to call out the potential for harm. But when it's women reading certain tropes, suddenly it's sacred and beyond criticism. You can see it play out in real life too. She did go on to make her own separate post. Looks like they're finally starting to understand that the whole dark romance is fiction, and this harmless argument only works when everyone is starting on the same level mental playing field. I'm neither shocked nor amazed at the behavior, because if you have seen the TikTok comments, discourse, and book requests across social media, it would be pretty easy to see some folks ain't playing. And I'm not saying not to write it. I'm learning to appreciate dark romance, and there are some excellent writers in the field. But all I see is this puritanical-ass government trying to shut it down because of some bad actors who can't separate fact from fiction. Acknowledging the potential for harm isn't saying it's bad or evil. It's just being realistic about it versus shutting it down all conversations. So when she talks about book requests across social media, she was referring to this kind of trend where people will post saying that they don't have any need for content warnings in a disparaging way. There are tons of people who don't need content warnings, but they acknowledge that, oh yeah, it's a necessary thing. It's the polite thing to do as an author if you are talking about problematic issues. But some people will joke.
God, I hate content warning. I hate the content where you talk about fucking down in the goddamn trenches is fucking trigger warning stuff. I hate them. I hate the trigger warning needers that are like, I don't think they actually need them, and that just like want to make a big stink about it. Like, you don't have a trigger warning for this and this, but you're just like hyper specific about like an animal harm thing issue, but like I don't even know if you even give a fuck. And it's really just about being like an asshole to the author. I feel like an intensity level is fine, like adults only, okay? And then if you want to be warned about specific triggers, I feel like there's just shit that should come from the review community, because there's no way to be exhaustive. You don't know, right? I have things that like trigger me that aren't even like, that's not like war stuff or anything. I'm really bad about slicing wounds in movies, right? And they get me like, God, they fuck me up. I have no idea why. It's like a sensory thing. I don't mind even getting like accidentally cut in real life as much as I mind seeing it in fake on a show. I have no idea why. It just bugs the fuck out of me. but I can't like ask for that, or like I can't get demanding of that every time it doesn't come up, which puts you in a position where it's like, okay, so you do have to articulate that some of those triggers are more important than others, but you don't do it by how intense it is for the individual. You do it by how common it is. If you're doing it by how common it is, you kind of do have to devalue the things that are triggering to other people for other stuff. I think some are like, they should be sufficiently insinuated, but then like the actual like once you see like people say like, oh, I'm going to do trigger warnings, I'm going to do it right, it will turn into a list that's like this long by the time they write their like second or third book, and it's just nonstop. I think it's okay to ask, maybe to a degree, like, hey, da 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 da. But honestly, I feel like if you have serious fucking triggers, you probably shouldn't be reading a lot of adult stuff, or you should be kind of generally avoiding it. Unless you have, you're reading like major authors with a big review community, because otherwise sometimes it's people being real precious. It's people being real fucking precious about their personal issue. Because it'll be beyond just like, like, oh, I don't want to see a kid die. I'll be like, oh, I can't believe like, I'm not going to be specific because I don't want to fucking hurt someone's feeling, but like, there's no way to be exhaustive. So it's like, yo, this content warning, right? I have one up literally right now. But I feel like it's fine. And then you'll hear people talking about it type deal. You know what I mean? Or just like kind of discussions of general broad stuff. But like, God, it's such a pain in the ass conversation to get into. It's not like there should have none. No, God, Jesus fucking Christ. And I think there should be more warnings, for nonfiction content like this as opposed to fiction content. But like, God fucking damn it. It's a whole thing.
Spoke about content warnings being a shopping list for the things that they want to read about. I do think it's a little strange. Like, I understand wanting to read certain tropes, but it would be kind of like if someone came up to you and said, oh, I only read slasher films where you see people get cut open. And it's kind of like, you don't enjoy anything else? Ray Davinar posted this screenshot from a conversation she had on Facebook. I absolutely love the dedicated area, not just for added security, but also so I can find and speak with other authors safely and freely, which was admittedly difficult with everyone being in the same area. So this is her comment on the update from the convention itself, but on the Facebook post. And she censored the name, but someone responded, I totally understand what you're saying. As an attendee, I love going to signing events to meet the authors and other attendees, of course, but the authors are the real reason. We stand in your lines for however long, and then finally it's our turn, and we get the 1 to 2 minutes or so while you're signing whatever to say thank you or what you do to bring so much joy to our lives. What I see happening is 2 separate parties going on simultaneously. Authors and everyone with them, and everyone else who can be in this VIP area, and the attendees looking on wishing to how they could have the chance to interact with their favorite authors in this fun environment. You don't know them though. My best memories from author events that have these types of closing out type parties is the time with authors. That is now over. No one's going to want to come out of the VIP area to mingle after this because of what has happened, but also for exactly what you said above. You've literally written what is going to happen. I don't know why you feel entitled to someone's time, even if they are.
What the heck? Hold on. As an attendee, let me read that again. As an attendee, I love going to signing events, meet authors. Reason, stand in line, talk to you. Okay. Authors and everyone with them, and everyone else who can be in this VIP area, and the attendees looking at what the hell they could have. Fuck. Yeah, that's a little... It's kind of weird because it's like you can do the VIP thing. There's no... If you like really want to meet the author, you could just pay for the VIP to like talk to them. Like unironically, you kind of have to do that too. I barely have time to talk to everybody, and I'm not famous. Like I really have to hammer that home. Like when you see the actual fucking like celebrity authors even show up, like they're bogged. So it's like, yeah, you know what? There's probably 10 or 15 of you that want to pay like $300 a person to come and hang out and talk with me for 2 hours. Okay, we'll do that. Cause whatever the fuck. And if you really want to do it, then just fucking shell out the fucking few $100 or the few $1,000. Do you know what I mean? Like how really worth their time? How really like valuable do you think their time is? Cause they don't know you. It's, you know what I mean? And so it's like everyone else gets to see them. If you go see fucking Sting or fucking, I don't know, why the fuck did I say that? You go see My Chemical Romance on stage, right? You can get a VIP backstage pass, maybe if they're offering it, and then you can go hang out and be like, hey, what's up? And they're going to go like, I'm really hungry. Do you drink Diet Coke? I drink Diet Coke after a show. Like, oh, okay. You know, like, what's your name? Thanks for buying this stuff. You know, I don't have too much to say. Did you enjoy the show? Like, that's what it's going to sound like. It's going to be like, hey, welcome. Now you're behind everything and I have to talk to you. I hope you enjoy seeing me closer than 110 feet. That's a fucking crazy thing that you paid for that I have to do every day in the mirror when I'm not feeling happy about myself. You know, like, that's what it's going to be. But you can still pay for that. But now you're saying, like, I don't think I should have to pay for that. It's like, okay. So you just like want free unencumbered access. You want to feel as important to them as like people that pay to be there. That's already kind of like sus.
Are quote unquote a celebrity. The behavior of the few individuals responsible for this is disgusting, and some of it warrants legal ramifications, I'm sure. But the other 99% of the readers with respectful interactions who would never do anything to cross those lines are the ones being punished for their actions, and that just sucks. If I attend SNS next year, I definitely have no interest in a higher price ticket, which I always try to get.
See, that's like sus language, because you're not being punished for anything. This is like everyone agrees. This is what's best for the person that you think you care about. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, I'm being punished because I can't see my kid. And it's like, you weren't feeding your kid. It's better for your kid for you not to be around him. Like, yeah, but I feel like I'm being punished. Like, well, maybe in this case you are. But like, no, like the author's like, hey, I don't have time enough for everybody. And I would feel safer if there's like an area where I can kind of control the amount of people that can touch me at once. Because it seems like a lot of you want to touch me, and I really don't want to touch any of you. Or if I want to touch like 5 of you, I want to be able to touch just 5 of you. Like, I want to have like a lot of control over the physical contact happening to me at any given time. And then most people go like, oh, that's not only reasonable, I would want that. You know? But then one person's like, I don't think I like that, and I feel like I'm being punished. Is like, I think I might be keeping you from getting punished because you sound a little rapey right now. That you're coming off a little transgressive about people's personal space, like in a bad way. You know what I mean?
Perks, but why do I need to do that? I can only meet with authors at their signing tables anyway, and I can do that with the lowest price ticket option. I like how she's acting that it was only 1 or 2 people at the event doing things like this when multiple people have come forward saying that they were being assaulted by groups of attendees. Renee Davenor responded, I hear you, but respectfully, you said it yourself. You had access to the authors during the signing days, hours upon hours of it. Once the ball hits, once our jobs are over, we deserve to have a chance to relax and unwind in a safe, designated area that's free from interactions from members of the public. If we choose to. Because that's the thing. Authors are now freely allowed to choose when and how we interact with readers of the ball, which is a choice that was denied to us before. This way we have one. And I agree, it seems like a lot of authors go to these events specifically because other authors they know are also attending. Like the implication that they're supposed to work the entire convention and then never get time to themselves is frankly troubling.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that either. Like, people get tired. This is performance to be around people. Like, you know that. Like, you got to go be around your family and shit, and you're like, fuck, I'm finally away from my mom. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing to be around fans or even just people in general you have to talk to. Like, if you're a fucking, a barista, you gotta talk to all these fucking assholes coming in asking for fucking diet lattes and shit. When you have a second, you're like, fucking thank God. Just give me like 5 seconds away from talking to customers. You might love your job. You might be you love the fucking people that come in. They're like, oh no, they're great. But like, you have to be on it. You're smiling or being attentive. You have to pay attention. You have to listen because you are working. And then it tires you the fuck out because you're like working, you know, and then you just need a fucking break. Get the fuck away from me. And you come back again in another 15 minutes or so.
So Leela Gray Romance kind of summarized everything that happened at Sinners and Stardust. 99% of the weekend, pure smutty joy and chaos. But the 1%, ugly, dangerous, heartbreaking, and it needs to be talked about. Lists of incidents, part 1. Authors were groped, dragged from friends, cornered, and left in tears. A male model had an AirTag slipped into his pants. Someone looked under an author's bathroom stall and waited outside. This isn't fans got too excited. This is...
Dude, the AirTag thing is crazy. An AirTag? Like, that's the Apple track, which, by the way, Apple, what the fuck? It's an Apple GPS tracking device. Someone slipped it into their fucking pants so they could follow them after the convention. That is rapist behavior. That's not even like, there is no other way to see that. You're a stalker and possibly a rapist. If I found out somebody had done that to my wife, I would assume like, oh shit, we have to, like, we have to go outside and see if there's any cars that we don't recognize. You know what I mean? Like, oh shit, we're in a PvP zone. We're in a PvP zone, and we're down 2 points and behind. Like someone's already gotten multiple scores on it. We're in a precarious position. We might be in fucking immediate danger. Someone's been tracking us in secret, and they were close enough to touch me. Bro, you gotta name names, bro. You have to notify the police. We're past. I think people should know who these people are. Like, yes, and they are called the fucking authorities, Darlene. What the? I can't. I'm shocked. Oh my god.
Harassment. This is assault. Volunteers flashing people in strap-ons and photos taken of reactions without consent. Readers being rude to volunteers and each other. My pre-order bag stolen. Bold but gross. 2 readers snapped at my husband while he manned my table. And yes, some authors and spouses whispering, sulking about lines. The fallout is already here. No masks, no roaming entertainers, no attendee access to authors, vendors, and influencers. But some pluses are security details for authors, smaller events, higher ticket and book prices, permanent bans for harassment, stalking, and assault. So we can see that this is the video that Jilly Reads posted herself.
Yes, baby, yes. It's like when this is a long.
Oh my god. Okay, so just to describe what was, I think, behind the blur. I think someone had suction cupped a male genitalia sex toy to a wall in a public space and was filleting it. I'm not rewinding, forcing my brain not to do that because no one needs to know more information, but holy fuck.
Interesting choice to do any of this in the first place.
Yeah, that girl was just walking around with a gigantic, of course it's black, dildo.
Post about it. But there are tons of TikToks showing how good the event was.
Oh, there's the Pyramid Head guy. No safe words. I don't know about that. I don't know about the guy on the stilts with a fucking gas mask on or the shirt that says no safe words. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? What? I think the Pyramid Head guy is a professional cosplayer. I think I've seen that Pyramid Head guy before.
It looks like people were having fun. If you're wondering why I didn't include any other videos or photos or anything, I didn't really want to call out people who were just enjoying themselves. And also there were like dancers in underwear and a lot of the videos featured the strap-on bandit. So, I mean, you can go on TikTok and look. People are having the time of their lives, but it is such a shame that people finally get the kinds of...
I think the guy on the stilts with the no safe word shirt being included in the good parts montage is that's a dark indictment of this crowd. Wow. What the fuck?
Events that they are asking for and are advertised as being able to receive. And then some people being gross really put a damper on it for A, the people who attended, and B, future attendees. I am surprised that there wasn't a VIP area beforehand. Personally, I've only been to anime conventions before, but I definitely remember there being like guarded VIP rooms for the celebrities that were attending. What a shame.
Yeah.
And because of the actions of a few people.
Yeah, she's only been an attendee, and even she yeah, it's day one stuff. Like day one stuff, bro. Come on.
You know, I'm sure some of these authors are never going to attend events publicly again, or at least not attend conventions where this sort of activity is happening. I can't imagine a book signing having something like this go on. And no one mentioned, like, because I remember the first time I went to a convention, I wasn't really into voice actors in particular, but I recognized Vic Mignogna's name on the program, and I was so excited. And then I found out it was like $100 even to shake his hand. So it's like, is that where we...
Man, I mean, you can't not end with a Vic Mignogna story. Fuck, dude.
Go from here. You have to pay to play after already paying to get into the event.
No, you saved the fuck out of that $100.
That provides a barrier of entry against people who are...
Right, I'm thinking of the right guy, right? Edward Elric, Vic Mignogna. fucking sex pest himself, I think.
rude and taking advantage of the situation. Have you ever noticed this kind of behavior at book conventions? Do you think it's widespread, or do you think that the type of convention itself played a big role in what went down? Let me know in the comment section down below. That's all I have for now. I will see you next time.
Yeah, good video. Solid bring back. I would say if you end up watching this, Taylor, yeah, you should just cut off some of the bottom and top information. Just make those way bigger to make them a little bit more legible. But like, bro, yo, turn this content warning off because I'm giving myself a headache. Oh my God. Yeah, that's intense. Wow. I can tell you this right now. No, I've been to like maybe 10 or 15 conventions, I feel like. At least, which is a lot, buddy. That's a lot. Most people go to maybe one a year unless they're on the circuit. Then they're going to 20 or 30 a year or something like that. But like, as just a person that goes to them, I've never heard anything in the ballpark of this. Outside of like whispers and rumors of other stuff. I mean, there was a horrible convention I went to where somebody ended up playing extremely graphic horror fucking movies in the middle of the floor. And thankfully just no one attended. So there was no one to be upset because the incompetence was sort of bone deep in the program. But no, not only is it not common outside of this event and events that are like, somebody mentioned, yeah, Rainforest is the notorious furry documentary. You know, and then you have like MLP Con or whatever the fuck, Brony Con, you know, and that whole like debacle, I guess you would call it. But like, no. I've been to big conventions. I've been to small ones, massive ones, anime, horror, book. None of this would be acceptable. And there's like, I've been to anime conventions that had hentai, like programs and stuff, and like plus 18 for pornography and shit areas, and they wouldn't have permitted this. They wouldn't have like allowed any of it. You know, and I've been to places that had people doing Felicia cosplays from Darkstalkers, which is a notoriously skin heavy, you know, cosplay. And people were like, you can see the more nudie cosplayers getting more birth around them because people are like, oh, I have to be very respectful of this person's space. And I don't want, you know, my flowing ranger cloak from Lord of the Rings to obscure some wandering hand from a freak that's trying to come up and like get in somebody's business. People are very respectful of like space and boundaries and stuff. And most all of these places, they're very comfortable to be at. Like the most typical convention experience is usually at best being irritated by like one or two celebrities and one or two vendors. And usually that's all chalked up to like, it's day 3 of the convention and everybody's a little bit fucking, you know, tired and everyone's getting ready to get sick from convention crud. And maybe some of the people were drinking on the Saturday night kind of after party deal. But like, no, conventions are great places to go out. It's not about the fans really. It's about the thing that the convention is for too, by the way. Fans blowing themselves up and giving themselves way too much credit at a convention is like, that's the thing that you should really understand. If you're a fan of something and you go to a convention, you are the lowest person on the totem pole and you are being invited into the convention at all, right? Because once upon a time, author and publisher conventions were for authors and publishers. For authors to meet publishers and for publishers to push works and for booksellers and stuff. Book conventions were for booksellers, authors, and publishers so that they could meet each other and sell stuff. Fans are the third or fourth or fifth, however many considerations there are, you're the last consideration. With literally, that's all the respect you're due. I know you're like, well, I went there and I spent $1,000. Of course you did. It's a convention for a fucking, it's commercial. Like, yeah. The reason is so that authors can meet each other and they can go like, oh yeah, I like your work. I know you. Hey, if you ever want to collaborate or if you'd like to like share stuff on Instagram, whatever, publishers can be like, you know, we're looking for new talent or we're trying to hunt down booksellers. Booksellers are like, fucking, y'all can stop talking to me. Booksellers get treated, whoever's like, and, you know, if you have brick and mortar retailers, any of that stuff, they get treated by the fucking authors the way that you're thinking these authors are getting treated by their fucking fans. But that's kind of the point. You know, hey, I'm a bookseller. I sell books. I like your stuff. We've been selling your shit like hotcakes. Would you ever be interested in coming and doing a talk here? This is what I can offer you. Like, hey, $200 talk, and then like 50% of book sales for the day, just so that we can say that we had you there and put you up on our wall or something like that. Or, hey, you know, you're small and we have like 2 or 3 people on like the third Thursday of October for Halloween. So we have a horror person. Like, you seem like you're really good at talking. You want to do that? Hey, you know, we're trying to find audiobook narrators, and like, oh, well, this is the James V audiobook booth. You know, we handle a lot of audiobook acting. We don't do editing in studio. You'll have to find a third party for that, but we do a lot of voices, and we have a cast of 3. Like, that's what it's for. Understand that if you go to a fucking convention, you are the lowest person on the totem pole, especially if you're just there to be there, and you're not important, and it could and would go on without you. Like, there's no way you represent usually every fucking person that's making a purchase. So like, it's about vendors meeting other vendors and other people that do production and stuff. There's some where it's like, yeah, you pay to go there just so that you can talk to people without the fucking normal crowd there. They make it too expensive so that you don't go. It's like, it feels like you don't want them there. It's like, kind of fucking don't, right? If you talk about a horror convention, it's like, yeah, all these fucking famous people, you can go see the famous people. You know what the famous people can do? They can talk to the other fucking famous people, and that's how they end up being in movies. That's why they want to go, really. Fucking Robert Englund's going to be there? Like, yeah. Like, fuck, dude, there's no other way for me to talk to him. But if he's going to be at the Indianapolis fucking Horror Con, we can go there. I got a booth. I could get a booth. I could talk to Robert Englund. Maybe he'll be in the thing that we're planning, you know, and he's probably got too much time. And then Robert's going to be like, there's going to be like 70 motherfuckers ask me to work for him. Hopefully one of them asks me for $10,000. They offer me $10,000 before they start talking, you know. That's what it is. It's an industry convention, an industry meeting of people from that industry for that theme. And like, if the theme is adult in origin, sure, okay, you just have to have the right precautions. You can't have a fucking convention for firearms sellers and resellers and stuff, fucking swap meet, and not have those precautions too. You can't have people shooting off the fucking 22s in the middle of the floor. You can't have a sex convention and have people fucking in the goddamn middle of the convention, because it's not what the convention's for. It really just isn't. It's not for the end user. The only reason you're there is because you're already an end user. You're a fan. You already bought the product more than likely. Now you're getting extra shit on top of it. You're lucky to be there. That's kind of the point. And people will facilitate parting you from your money. But like, the point of a convention is for other professionals to break the infinite barrier of, it's really fucking kind of actually hard to talk to people in books, because there's no other normal organic way for me to go and like, hey, I know you. Yeah, like, yeah. Oh, yeah, well, I read your stuff. I haven't read mine, but like, hey, look, I'm a fan. I got my own booth and stuff. Yeah, I'm going to fucking bypass the line because this fucking author's talking about, hold on, doesn't write shit. Hold on, aspirational. Me and the fucking guy are talking. That's the point of it. That is the point of it. Like, and like, really, that does need to be hammered home, because it's the same thing I was talking about at the beginning of stream. It's this consumer mindset where you're like, I am a living bag of money that exists as a fucking mouth-to-anus transmission system for consumption. And if I am not consuming, I am displaying my lack of respect for you. You know what I mean? And if I have decided to consume, I consume at my leisure. And that's the vibe, where it's really not about that. When you go to a convention, you're lucky enough to be around a bunch of people from a like-minded space. And if you're not providing something to the convention outside of money, well, everyone there has money. So know that you're the back of the line person, okay? Because, you know, you'll go to a convention and someone you think is famous will get in the back of the line to talk to someone they think's famous. And they'll fucking wait patiently with respect to go to talk to someone they think's famous. You'll see someone for fucking horror who made the horror movie of the year wait in line to go talk to Robert Englund at a convention and get his picture taken with him. And they'll say like, "Oh, dude, you didn't have to wait in line. You could have talked to me back." Like, no, I'm a fan. Like, I wanted the experience. I wanted to wait in line to talk to you. Like, that's like the thing, dude. There's respect between those people. And it's their thing that you're lucky enough to pay for the privilege of attending to view them interacting with each other. And like, it's not like you have to think of yourself as less than human. It's just like, no, they set up their own thing and now you're visiting. So act like a fucking good guest and wipe your feet and don't wear a fucking dildo and don't touch anyone's fucking genitals. You fucking idiot. You know what I mean? God damn. End of segment. Like, for the love of God. How long was ET around before it was even open to the public? 20 years, I think. I feel like it was on its like 20th or 15th year anniversary before they opened to the public, and it shut down within a half a decade after that. Because it changes the entire vibe. It changes the entire vibe of the convention. I've been to artists-only conventions. Maybe it's worth it to you, maybe it's not. Wasn't necessarily to me, but I understand the value immediately. Changes the entire scheme of who's going to go there and what they're going to do. Because the value of the money that you spend to have a fucking booth at these places, because often you have to pay to be there anyway, because you're going to sell stuff to these fucking goofballs that come to talk to you and other people that are there. You're working in that respect too, like literally exchanging money. Like, I'm fucking doing sales. I'm POS right now, okay? But you know, you get out there and you do your whole fucking thing. But when you go to a convention that's like more industry, it does change the vibe completely. People talk to each other quicker. It's smaller. It's faster paced. It can honestly be a much more enjoyable experience without the fucking end users there, right? Like if I went to a fucking fast food workers convention and I just got to walk around because I was like, you know, stocking a fucking like, hey, we got to replace all of our flat irons, right? And you're like, the people that are like fucking eaters and shit are like, I don't care about flat irons. I want to get in line to talk to like that Chef Danny. He's the fucking king of the Arby's fucking meats. Like, no, he's selling the flat irons today. I don't know if you know that. Yeah, he's Chef Danny, but like, can you fucking not be here? I got to go talk to this guy because I'm really trying to get fucking pitched on this and I want to see him cook on it. I want to see him cook too. I'm a fan. I've been eating at Arby's for years. I don't give a fuck. I'm at work. You know, I want to see if the thing works. I want to see how he does it, and I want to take this back with me. That's what conventions are for. And then they started letting in people because there's also a lot of money to be made because, you know, sometimes you have a little celebrity there. Sometimes you have products you can only buy at conventions or you'll only see offered for sale for a limited time there, that kind of deal. And then you have other stuff. There's whole chunks of these conventions that have nothing to do with any of those. And it'll be the most important part of somebody's day, and it's for the collectors. And the collectors are like, it's time, baby. I have a non-blue pen, official black pen, autographed Jared Leto Fight Club Angel Face After the Punch autographed still. That is going for $350. It's right up there. It is authenticated. As you can see, it is AA certified grade in pack. That was signed at the cast premiere party in 2000. You know what I mean? Like, oh shit. Like, if you never heard it's a non-blue pen, you're like, what the fuck does that even just, you've never been there. And those people don't want any of you around. They don't give a fuck about any of this. They're just like, look, I am waiting for my two whales. I understand that Mr. Muskegee himself, David Tomble, is going to be in town, and he has been looking for a double grade certified signed cutout of Don Vito Corleone from the premiere of Godfather 3 for his personal collection, and I happen to have a in-package brand of these. Like, okay, how much is that guy paying? Because he's not selling anything but like 5 things in a day. Oh, he bought the $5,000 fucking full-size booth, okay? You come up to that guy like, well, I'm looking for some autographs. A lot of people are looking for autographs. What would you like there, buddy? Like, oh, I don't know. What do you got? What do I have? And then like that guy's going to run you through some crazy shit. And you're like, how much is the Boba Fett head? That is a Jango Fett undented helmet from the second casting. It was never used on film, which is why it's actually a little bit cheaper, but it has been signed by prop specialist Jim Barad. And you're like, what the fuck is going on here? You get to sit next to those guys. You're just like, oh, I'm fascinated. You know who's going to go up to that guy and stuff? Fucking one of the fucking celebs. You're like, hey. Like, oh, hey, like, hold on to the pen, bud. I'll sign like one thing for you. But like, I heard about you. You're Gary, like the Gary, Green Pen Gary. Okay, yeah. I know Phil in Chicago, Davidson. You know Phil Davidson? You'll see celebrities talk to these guys like this. You're like, people like waiting in line with a big thing. Like the people are like, can you give him some space? He's trying to enjoy the convention like you're enjoying the convention. I know he's famous. Like, you talk to Phil. Phil sent you to me. Phil did me a favor. He had a couple pictures of me, and I bought them from him at cost and gave him some signatures. He said that you have the 5th one of those stupid promotional 10,000, okay? Please, and I'll sign literally everything you have. Phil sent you to the right place. I actually do have that. I'm like, yeah, it's the last one. Okay, like, give me out. All right, I'll sign this. I was in that. You were? Like, yeah. I was actually production assistant on that. If you want a third one, I know I'm not billed, but I was in that. Yeah. Oh, I am. Like, yeah. But it was like $10 more now, won't it? Like, you know, like, it's a whole deal. And then you'll see the people that are trying to go get their fucking, you know, their skull signed or whatever. Like, I know it wasn't in a movie or anything, but I'm just trying to get everybody that was in Terrifier 2 to sign this skull, so that I can just have everybody's signature on a skull. I have my own pen. It's red. If you don't mind signing in red, you don't even know anything about conventions. Do you mind signing in red? Do you mind signing in black? Do you mind signing in blue? Do you mind signing in green? Yeah. Here you go. All right. Oh, God, dude, you found Barbara? I haven't seen her since we wrapped up filming. How's she doing? Oh, yeah, I saw her. She wasn't even at one of the conventions. I just happened to run into her in New York City when I was just traveling, and I happened to have this with me. You had this with you? I'm a really big fan. No. It's fine. It's fine. How's she doing? Oh, she's doing great. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Like, conventions are fucking awesome. And you get to see people having like the best day of their life over and over and over and over again. And to just kind of like go into one of those environments and like sexually assault people is crazy to me. And you shouldn't do it. Like, that's the thing. So many people are nervous. There are so many people at fucking conventions that are like deathly nervous. But the thing that the convention is about happens to have 6 of their favorite people in it. And like, I would just be mortified to find out that there's some lady who's into these romance books, or some guy, some little fucking mousy twerp, and they were trying to like enjoy it. And they're like, I'm going to wear a little dress today, and I'm going to feel beautiful because it's this ballroom. And then they're walking around and some lady sucking a dick on a fucking support post at the hotel. They're like, I just wanted to talk to Danny Dingo, author of Dingoes in Paradise 2, Velociraptors in Love, and I already have social anxiety, and that woman sucking a dildo in public. Like, what the fuck did you do to old fucking Mousy Maisel here? She's afraid to walk out on the fucking floor. This is like her one time to come out, and you're sucking dildos? What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't know. Like, it's I simultaneously want people to know that this is very much not the case, and conventions are interesting, and they're very good. They're very fun places for just random rubberneckers, and especially just like fans. That's like, you know, you gotta understand, you're like low totem pole type people. Just because you're like a fan of one guy, like, you might not even be the most psycho fan that day. Okay, if you want to be a good fan, don't fill the bucket. All right, because like, it might have just been like someone had to deal with someone breaking down crying 2 minutes ago because they can't handle the social stress of meeting a TV person in real life, and they had a collapse because they got to meet a little motherfucker from Willow, okay? And he's like, can someone help? It's okay. What the fuck? Having a fucking complete fucking breakdown. You can't be the next person in line. Just be like, yo, look, I know it's like 2 minutes per person, but can I just talk to you about my personal script I wrote as a sequel to Leprechaun 3, Leprechaun Takes New York, like Leprechaun in the Hood, I think it actually is. And no, you know, like, just don't try not to be weird, but you can be real weird. Just don't make people uncomfortable with stuff that is probably very avoidable, and like, really, you know, you can test run your ideas out. And people will be pretty like, oh, okay. Maybe that should be a thing at conventions. Advice. That would be I'll start up. That's how I'll cosplay. The Lucy advice. Should I do this at the convention? Advice, 5 cents. I'll set a fucking take a penny, give a penny up there. Hey, do you think I should go up to Robert Englund and just try to see what he looks like when he's scared and take a picture swiping at him with my knife hand? I'm like, no. Why would you even say that? No. Of course not. Of course not. Why did you even say that? Oh my God. Warwick Davis. That's what it is. Legit sounds like a name Tyler would make up on the fly. Mousy Mabel. There's a Mexican girl in Cookie Monster pants ready to fight in her honor. Dude, the Cookie Monster pants Latina ladies. Outdone only by the Cookie Monster pants fucking white trash ladies. There's a lot of movement. I told you. My favorite con writers are Danny Dingo, Green Pen Gary. Green Pen Gary he's not a writer. He works in autograph and collectibles. I lost track of that. It's my walking around skull. Okay. Leprechaun 2, Back to the Hood was a classic. Leprechaun 3 is its own movie. Leprechaun in the Hood is like movie 5. God, how do you keep track? Oh my God, I've only met one celebrity and was terrified to give her a brief hug for the photo. Yeah. In the Hood is 5. Fuck, do you guys even remember that? I appreciate that someone in the past was like, fuck, we made a bunch of these really baggy Cookie Monster pants. Like, yeah, fuck, Jesus Christ. We have like thousands of them. Like, I don't think we're gonna we should put these on sale. Yeah? Yeah, we'll put the Cookie Monster pants on sale. For how much? $1? I don't know. I think some of them we won't even sell. We'll just like throw them through open windows on the street. And they'll just like appear in people's lives like a fucking curse. They won't know how they got them. You won't know how they got them. They'll have them. Should we deliver the Cookie Monster pants to people like with the full colors? No. Take every pair and set them under the sun so that they bleach only on one side and turn like almost translucent, but like white still. It'll be a little uncomfortable to wear them in bright lighting. Will people still wear them in bright lighting? Only with the absolute wrong colored underwear at Walmart. Okay, these seem like a bit of a trap. No, it's crazy. Will you be able to hold anything in these pants? Yes and no. The women that are going to be wearing these will keep most of their belongings in their bras. But for some inexplicable reason, they will be able to hold up two things. Obnoxiously oversized camera phone, but only the kind with the little plug on the side, and also handguns. Handguns, despite the fact that these things look like they're held together with old bread tie wraps, will actually be held up by these as though they were holstered. Really? Yeah. High points especially. Where are they gonna carry them? Like in the side or something? Like yeah, pretty much. Just kind of fucking wherever. They'll just like stick to you. Like a fucking Grand Theft Auto character which just floats off to the side. Are these the kind of people that you want to approach? Oh, absolutely. And absolutely not. If you approach the Cookie Monster pants lady, you will have a reason. And you will be notified of the reason to approach them. It will be in the ballpark of, what the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck back here? Have you lost your mind? No, put it back. And get the fuck back here. Put it down. Where are you going? Do you want me to leave you here? How will I know if they're friendly when they're approaching? You won't. But you'll know if they're not friendly. What would they be saying to me? I fucking told you. You better not be there when I get there. Oh, stay right there. I got something for you. Oh my God. Hair is in a giant pile. All the way up. High. Clip, yes. Shirt may be a shirt, maybe hanging off a shoulder. Maybe both. There will be a lot. This motion you will see often. Cookie Monster pants lady. Oh my God. Don't forget an ounce of mids down there, hidden somewheres. Oh, it is a treat meter. Okay, treat meter, and then I gotta get out of here until next week. Oh, did you hear something? Oh, where's this little face? Where's this little face? There's nothing there. What is it? What is it? Where could the tree be? Where could it be? Where is it? Oh, oh, how do you get to it? It's on my hand. How do you get to it? Come on. It's right here. Oh, found it. Very well done. Do you get one too, Bug? Chat, does Buck get a treat? Does Buck get a treato? Treato. Have I seen the Halo ODST Helldivers 2 collab? I saw like a clip of it, of a second of it. Oh, very excited. Do you have an itchy face? Buck? 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 Come here. Yow. Old dog is big old scratches. That was a pretty solid buck cam. Okay, folks. You've been watching Westside Tyler Live, and I've been Westside Tyler Bell. Make sure to go over to the SA Side Tyler channel and check out all that good stuff. Thanks for hanging out with me for an accidentally somewhat late stream. Videos everywhere, share them, like them. I might be doing some secret streamies for video games here in the next day or so. I don't know. Don't expect segments from it. I just want to play Signalis on stream because I feel like people want to see my first reactions to it, and I haven't turned it on yet. So, with all that said, make sure you subscribe to all the other channels. Southside Tyler, if you like this music, all the music on the channel comes from me. I make everything. And you can listen to most all of it there. Most of the new music's going to be getting added to it soon. Share things. Put things from the clips and tiny bits and everything. Put those on YouTube. Not on YouTube. Jesus Christ. Put those out on Reddit. Put them on Twitter. Share the word. Start fights. All that good stuff. Don't ever defend me. And until next time, as always, stay safe out there.